It's my first time streaming on YouTube. I'm a little bit of a shy bat because of that, but I'm sure it'll be fine. I recognize some of my underwings in the chat. Ah! Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm so glad you could stop by today. Where's our teacher? Yeah. But yes, welcome everyone. I am SpaceyBat, your professor for the evening, and I am the producer of Chrono Gear, Warden of Time. Hold on, I'll hop down so I can. I don't wanna land on my head like yesterday. Hold on a second. Wow. Hello. Oh, it's so nice to see you all over here. Oh, it's so interesting streaming on YouTube. Like I'm kind of like fascinated by the fact that you kind of have to like set up a video beforehand. It's pretty neat. So, what have y'all been up to today, recently? So many good beans in the chat. Hello. Hello, Robinson Knox, Duplucky, Ghostly Feline, Edge Drive, Joker, Spectator, TB Winger, Grey Stripe, Ultimate User, New Controller, Alexander Promstein, Pepman Haidon, Maya, welcome, and Darkman Cross. Where's your professor? Always watching over you. So yes, it is my absolute honor to be here and to just, you know, celebrate what we've all made together. Yeah, Chrono Gear Warden of Time released on September 12th. And since then, we've been receiving a lot of glowing praise, not just from people who are familiar with our past work at Galaxy Trail, but from the HoloLive community as well. And I'm just like so delighted that it's the kind of game that everybody can appreciate, both on the HoloLive side and just in terms of indie games in general. For Soup! Oh my gosh, thank you so much! Thank you, apps! I'm glad to know that my alerts are working. I was setting them up yesterday and I could not get them to show up on the screen. But that's all set up. I added a whole new chat box because my other one only worked on Twitch. Well, I like this one. It's kind of clean. It's clean and soft. It kind of reminds me of Animal Crossing. But it's good to know that soups are working. Yeah, there's lots to celebrate. Oh my goodness, yeah. So I figured I would just take this week to just play through the game, share my commentary as the producer and lead developer. I also contributed music. Like, I guess the best way I could describe my role, because I kind of like, I wear so many hats throughout development, is like everything starts with me. Like I'll usually like get the ball rolling on a specific asset, whether it's like a music track or level design or pixel art, and I'll pass it along to another team member and they use it as like a starting point. But that being said, there is a lot more assets in this game that I ended up making that made it to final. Like, I think this game has more of my music in it that made it into the final, like without being remixed or anything. So I'll take that as a personal victory. It's just so cool seeing everybody's personal styles coalesce into something like truly unique and cohesive. Bat wore so many hats, stacking them. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna play through the game over the next couple days, offer my insight into certain aspects of development, and then on Saturday, I'll be having a Q&A with the writing team, which is Tripsal2, Excess, and myself. So that's gonna be really fun. I don't know if that's gonna be on Twitch or YouTube yet. I'll have to talk to them about it and see what they want to go for. Yeah, basic foundation for others to expand on. Yeah, if you might be familiar with my past work if you've played either of the two Freedom Planet games. I was the producer of Freedom Planet 1 and Freedom Planet 2. So that was quite the experience, especially Freedom Planet 2, because that took 7 years to make. 8 if you include like the Boss Rush DLC that we worked on for the Switch port. Well, in celebration of the Switch port, because it made it to PC too. But yeah, I was worried for a while. Like, I've told the story before to my underwings, but I was worried for a really long time after Freedom Planet 2 was done that was just gonna be like the limit of what I could do as a game developer. And like, I kept thinking to myself, if every game I make is going to take that long from here on out, I have maybe like 3 or 4 games left in me before I reach retirement age, which was quite scary to think about. So yeah, eventually I just kind of like realized on my own that if I can't go upward, go forward. So I decided to kind of like, I feel like Chrono Gear kind of gave me an opportunity to hit the reset button and kind of think about making games in a different light. And it also gave me the freedom to kind of experiment with new concepts without the expectation that comes with making a sequel. So since it's like an entirely like independent game on its own, yeah, I felt like there was less that I had to adhere to, so I could like experiment with different concepts. Oh my goodness. I'm taking a sippy. Hold on a second. Yeah, do remember to stay hydrated, especially as we get into the fall. Because the air gets quite dry over here. Yeah, Will, hello! Will is one of our chief level designers. Yeah, we're also so your floored CG had such a relatively quick dev time. I know, we're really floored too. It just speaks to how cracked this team is. Oh my goodness. Like, at the start of development, I never would have expected that we would make a game of this quality and with this much content in 2 years. That's absolutely insane. This is the fastest that I've ever worked on a game. Like, not even Freedom Planet 1 was that fast. Freedom Planet 1 took 3 years. I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that we are much better now at properly scoping our projects. Because that's one of the biggest challenges of being an indie developer, because you have so much freedom. There's so many ideas that you can implement in your games. And it's very easy to get carried away. But right from the start, like I had a very specific plan for Chrono Gear. Like, I knew from the start that Chrono would be the only playable character. So we were able to design like the gameplay and aesthetics specifically around this one character. Whereas in previous projects, we kind of had to make room in all sorts of places for multiple playable characters. So I think that was a significant factor. Also, the fact that we had people on the team who just had like a lot of experience making these types of games. You know, myself, Will, we both worked on Freedom Planet 2 together. There were a few other Freedom Planet veterans on the team. So yeah, I'm just like blown away at how fast we were. And it also goes to show how strongly motivated we were, because like the team it's pretty interesting, because like half the team had no idea what Hololive was when we started development, whereas the other half were absolutely passionate Hololive fans. So like, yeah, the passion was there right from the start to kind of like work on this game together. And it felt really validating to me as a producer who like wears so many hats, that the way I was able to rapidly prototype concepts, I saw the effect that it had on the team in terms of like motivation. So I was very happy about that. Yeah, experience. Oh, Alexander, you came across Chrono Gear around the same time you became interested in Hololive? Yeah, like one of our musicians, Bob the Guy. He had no clue what Hololive was when we first brought him on board, but he was a huge Freedom Planet fan. But it still is, of course. But yeah, I saw over time like how I've kind of like grew on him, and now he has an Oshi even. His Oshi's Hako's Bales. Aren't being the red mage allegations. I know, right? I am kind of a spell sword, aren't I? Phew. Yeah. I mainly just use this sword for pointing. Look at you, lovable beans. Yeah. It might be cool to have like a more involved like game design stream of sorts, where I kind of like teach different concepts to people. I feel like that would be the kind of content that would be suitable for YouTube. Yeah, I think I'll alternate between Twitch and YouTube, depending on what I'm doing. I feel like Twitch is like a bit more informal, and then YouTube streams would be like a bit more specific to like the kinds of games I make and stuff, and the games that I'm really passionate about. Cause it might not be a surprise that I'm a sucker for 2D platformers. 3D platformers too, honestly. Yeah, a lot of my inspiration for Chrono Gear's aesthetic was actually like Super Mario Galaxy, for example. A lot of people have compared it to Mega Man Zero as well. I can see that too. I did actually recently play through Mega Man Zero again. Stare into the camera and say E if you have used the sword for something other than pointing. And by that, you mean the violent kind. Do video games count? Because if so... E. You connected to Toho Luna Nights? I'd actually never even seen gameplay footage of Luna Nights until like halfway through development of Chrono Gear. But ever since then, I was like, oh yeah, it's kind of cool how they handled the time powers. Like in Luna Nights, you can actually outright stop time. And then it's built around like the whole Toho thing of grazing bullets for extra points. It brought Odyssey and Galaxy to mind how it has a billion different playful mechanics. Yeah, that is one of my favorite things. Like it kind of defines my style as a game developer. I make sure not to repeat content too much. Like I think it's a very strong motivator for a player to keep playing if there's an expectation that there's something new around every corner. So that's why a lot of times when I make levels, they have wholly unique gimmicks and enemies and other things that aren't present in any other place in the game. Yeah. Yeah, it's just so cool how many ideas we had. And I feel like by the end we were just barely scratching the surface of what would be possible with like the Chrono Gear powers. Oh, thank you so much, Nat. Alright, I'm gonna take a sippy and then we'll continue our conversation while I'm playing. I'll do my best to keep up a conversation while I'm playing, because sometimes I have to focus, but I think it should be no problem, as long as I take breaks between the levels. Yeah! Everyone introduces like 5 new enemies. Yeah! Yeah, it's so good. Ah! Hydration is so important, oh my goodness. Yeah, I've actually, for those who don't know, I've actually been streaming on Twitch for like 3 years now. So I got a pretty good routine going. But I kind of had to reduce the number of days a week that I streamed during this like final stretch of Chrono Gear's development. But it's nice to be back in the groove. Ah, T-Perks. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you for your support. Alright, yeah. Let us hop over to the game screen, shall we? And we will play Chrono Gear. That's... Okie dokie. Let's see. Seeing, where are you? There we go. And yeah, we still have updates planned for the game to kind of like polish a few more things up. Like right now we're working on like a really big refactoring of like the physics and stuff to just like optimize things. So it'll probably be a few more days still. Yeah, the opening animation. Oh, this turned out so well. Like, it was such a delight to commission like the animation team for this, and there are 2 more FFV cutscenes later in the game. It's so cool. It's a dream. Like, just the fact that it kind of like sets the stage and makes it feel like you're watching a Hololive anime. And of course, it's centered around my Oshi, Oro Crony. Yeah. Actual dream. Yeah, I love the part at the end too, where she's fighting Lapras. It's so badass. Oh my gosh. Chrono Gear. Yeah, when I was making the title screen, I kind of wanted to set the stage to kind of like give you a little bit of a peek as to the kinds of environments that you'd be exploring. So that's why there are like bits of like Jewel Cyclone there and Sands of Time overlooking Belltown. Yeah, and TripTech helped with the posing of the fan-made crony model that I used in the corner. For a lot of the cutscenes and some of the more notable like parts of the game, like, you know, the title screen, I employed a technique that I had not used in prior game projects called rotoscoping. And rotoscoping is where you take a 3D model and you screenshot it and then you trace over it in pixel art. I guess it doesn't have to be in pixel art, but yeah, it's basically like kind of like using a 3D model as like a base to trace over. And the results can be very fantastic. Like, I love how the crony turned out here. Yeah, TripTech also added the ability for, like, the actual Chrono Gear and the title screen to act like a real clock that tracks your system time. Also, yes, it goes without saying, thank you for reminding me Edge Drive that, since I'll be playing through as much of the game as I can over the next couple days, there will be spoilers. Yeah, after the boss of the first, after the boss of World of Time, if you plan on playing the game, then I would recommend dipping out if you just want to dodge spoilers. But yeah, watching some of the Hololive talents play our game was also a real treat. Like, I'm really thankful for their support. So far, I believe, like, Kyla was the first one to stream it. That was kind of a funny story because, like, we were in the middle of, like, working on some major bug fixes for the game. We had no idea that Kyla would stream when she did. Like as soon as she put up the room, like just like a couple hours before the stream, like we were like, oh, okay, we gotta hustle. So, oh my goodness, that was quite a hectic night. But thankfully, like we knew that she wouldn't get through the whole game in one sitting, so we focused most of our efforts like on the first few worlds. Yeah, and everything worked out. I'm really glad that she liked the game. And then after that, Raura played it for a stream, and then after that, Crony played, and she finished it in 3 streams, and that was really cool. Yeah, it was so cool hearing from Crony, especially like what she thought about the experience of like providing vocals for the game. Yeah, so I highly recommend watching Crony's playthrough of this game because it's just like really cool, and then like you can tell that she puts in an effort to like voice all the characters and everything too. Okay, so I'm just gonna start a game down here because I don't know which ones I need to keep for testing. Yeah, and I decided to go for different naming conventions for the difficulty options because I feel like there are certain connotations associated with like easy, normal, and hard that experienced gamers have just kind of like hardwired into their brains. So I wanted to avoid that by just giving them different names, and then what that does is it kind of like makes you compare the difficulties based on their description rather than their name. So like you can see here, like an easier difficulty for focusing on the story. Certain enemy attacks and stage elements are slower. And Brave is a balanced difficulty for those who are familiar with action platformer games, and then Proud is a harder one for those seeking a challenge. And I found this is pretty successful at getting, giving like new players an idea of what they should expect. So I've seen some players actually start the game like right off for the first time on Proud difficulty, and they've been fine. But yeah, Brave is what I recommend for a first-time playthrough. Definitely not as hard as a game like Hollow Knight, for example, but that's just because we have different like design goals in mind. But if you want more of a Hollow Knight style difficulty, you can play Proud. Okay, and I guess I can play the tutorial.
Oh, hi.
Oh, yeah, and Shive, because Kyla was the first to play, like, we specifically made some tweaks to the game based on how she was playing. And I think that had the biggest impact on, like one of the final levels, the one that's really long. But, so other HoloLive talents who have played the game have Kyla to thank for that. Just like he said. Also, I'm not going to be narrating the dialogue just because I want to keep, like, the conversation going. Yeah, Spacey's gotta learn how to play the game. Yeah, like, the tutorial, honestly, if you're making a game with a tutorial, I recommend saving it as one of the last things that you do. Either that or making it very basic at first, as long as you're absolutely sure that you'll be able to go back to it at some point and refine it. Because you never know if the way that your game plays is going to change later on based on feedback. And depending on that feedback, you might be inclined to focus a tutorial on one specific ability over another. Like, for example, there's a part in this tutorial where I explain how to dash jump, which isn't really as useful as knowing how to clamber up ledges. So I think at some point we're gonna like refine the tutorial a bit and focus more on like ledge clambering. It's a very useful thing to know. And there's also an effect like when you drill dash into a wall, it bounces you upwards. I think that's also another thing that could be like specifically told in the tutorial, because that's also very useful that we found. Of course, you gotta start with the jump button because it's a platform game. You hate platformers, too, Plucky? It's really rare when you beat one of them, especially at 100%, but you beat this one in Proud difficulty twice. Let's go! I'm glad to hear that the game is good enough that it surpasses, like your disinterest in platformers. I think you're not the first person to actually mention that you don't usually play platformers and you still enjoyed it, so thank you. Yeah, Chronicopter. It's kind of interesting now, looking back. Like, I wonder how it would have affected the feel of the game if Crony had, like, a traditional double jump, and then her triple jump was just, like, a Chronicopter that did not give extra height. But I think the way we did it, right, like this, is more, like, accessible to less experienced players, because it gives a way to immediately slow down Crony's fall. Because, like, she falls pretty fast. Also, in the earliest versions of the game, there was no sprinting. Like, you hold the dash button to sprint. But I think that's my favorite change that we made later on. The sprint just, like, adds so much, and I think just the animation on its own, like, gives so much incentive to use it more often. Because early on, we noticed that testers really were not dashing at all. Well, Cobalt says, one novelite you know doesn't really enjoy games like this. Yeah, he still immensely enjoyed this one. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, I think that also is validating in the sense that we didn't try to make a hard platformer. We wanted one that was like a little bit like easier than the norm. And I think that's part of maybe why a lot of people who don't usually play platform games enjoyed this game. Because it's not like expecting you to be an experienced platform game person who has beaten several platform games in the past. But it still offers like a higher difficulty if you do want a challenge that is more like you know, expected of the genre. Yeah, this is what I was talking about with the dash jump. Like, there's no, like, looking back, I don't think there's a practical need to specifically point out that you can do this. So I would probably rework this room to be like a tutorial for ledge clambering. Like that. So I think that's a useful thing to know at this stage. And here, climbing ladders is also useful. I also think that we should probably have a tutorial for like holding down and pressing jump button to drop through platforms. Because it kind of slipped my mind that that's not something that is intuitive to new people who are new to this type of game. Like, a lot of platformers have drop down, but like we should still explain it anyway, no matter how obvious it may seem. Oh, TZ, thank you so much for buying Chrono Gear. Yeah, it's good to see you again. And of course, I wanted the sword attacks to be like hold to attack, so that way you're just not mashing the button constantly. And the fact that Chronicopter can also damage enemies, that is another thing that I really enjoy doing. I think, because like, a game like Chrono Gear, for example, it's not just a platform game, it's also an action game. It's an action platformer, which is a composite genre. It's two genres mixed into one. When you're making a game that is part of like a mixed genre like that, what you want to do is you want to make sure that the mechanics of one genre lead into the mechanics of another, and that leads to like a very like good sense of flow. So in the case of an action platformer, it helps if your abilities have both a combat application and a mobility application. So Chronicopter is a perfect example because not only can you use it to like do damage to things, but it's also acts as your double jump. All right. This is the first platformer you've sunk hours into. Oh, I'm glad to hear that, T-Verks. So, okay. The drill dash. Drill dash is really fun. So that's another example of merging combat and platforming applications in a single ability. Because drill dash, like, very obviously is a combat tool, but it can also act as an air dash. And you can use it on the ground with a second input. Okay. Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the peaceful run, Alexander. There's an achievement in the game for beating a mission without causing damage to any enemies. It's a bit tricky depending on what mission you're playing. But I don't know, I like games where you don't necessarily have to engage with every enemy. Because it can add like a really interesting element of strategy where you kind of have to pick and choose your battles. Yeah, I really like the reflection mechanic in this game too. I've noticed that some players like don't really like, it takes them a while to understand that reflecting stuff can heal you. So maybe that's something that we can emphasize more, either in this tutorial or maybe in a secondary tutorial later on. And this kind of explains like how health is recovered and everything. And then of course the time powers. The time powers are like the big thing, the big unique thing that we advertise. Like for the most part, the games that I make, I'm not really worried about innovating. I'm just worried about like executing our concept really, really well. But I'd say the most unique part about this game is the time powers, because I almost consider it like a dynamic, like a way to dynamically change the difficulty of specific parts of a level on the fly. So if you activate haste, you move faster, but you also have to react faster to things. But if you do, it is very powerful. It makes you do so much more damage to enemies and bosses. So it's kind of like increasing the difficulty of the game by using haste more often. Whereas with stasis, it slows down objects around you, so it's kind of like decreasing the difficulty of specific sections. It also makes you floatier. You can kind of see that, like I'm jumping a bit more slowly with it active. So both haste and stasis make the game like harder and easier respectively in small increments. Like you don't have to go into a menu and be like, oh, change the difficulty right now. But so it's just like a really like interesting, like discrete way of kind of like fine-tuning your experience. Oh yes, the triple jump with haste. That was actually unintended, but we decided to roll with it. Because like I remember the day that Trip Tech discovered it. Of course, that's why it's called the triple jump. But Yeah, I was like, okay. I'm not sure if I've designed the levels around this specific ability, but it's niche enough that like it's probably fine to keep it. Yeah, like if there's like certain like glitches in your game or unintended like side effects of the way that your character moves, if it's fun, consider kind of like elevating it to something that might be like a fun little Easter egg for people who are more experienced. And then you made it worse, yeah, with the will bounce. So what I'm referring to with will bouncing is like you can hit, if you don't use your chronicopter yet, like you hit the wall, you bump upwards, and then you chronicopter. It really it helps like increase the height of your jump essentially if there's a wall nearby. At no point will the game ever require you to do that, but I've noticed among our players that like they've just discovered it for themselves, and it's made certain platforming sections easier. So I was like, yeah, I like that. Like, it's not intentional, but I think it should be kept in because it feels like a natural enough behavior for people to want. Oh, thank you so much for following, C's. I'm having trouble reading the text on the screen. Oh, I wish that the chat would actually show you whenever somebody follows. I might need a bot for that. Yeah, best unintentional move. Yeah, stasis. I wouldn't describe stasis as a Zawarudo because Zawarudo is where you stop time completely, whereas stasis is slowing it down. But yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, I really did consider like a time stop ability at some point that the player could use, but the problem with that is that when time is stopped, you can't interact with anything, so it's basically just removing gameplay, and it ends up just like making the game more boring. So that's part of the reason why like the Chrono Gear like behaves the way it does, is to kind of like avoid that issue and actually add gameplay instead of subtracting it. Well, you'll see what I mean about the Chrono Gear once we get to that point. I didn't realize that this line was added. That's a good thing. Everything you've learned may be reviewed in the codex and the extras pause menu. Yeah, that was not initially in the game. But by Gondridge's suggestion, we decided to add all of the tutorial text to the codex menu so you can look at it later, since there's no way to revisit the tutorial later on. I really wanted there to be... Oh, hold on a second. Yeah, this cutscene was so good.
The universe began in conflict between its 5 core elements: space, nature, time, civilization, and chaos. The conflict ended when a 6th concept, hope, descended to unify them. To bring the universe into balance, the gods bestowed the concepts with physical forms. The Speaker of Space, Sana. The Keeper of Nature, Fauna. The Warden of Time, Crony. The Guardian of Civilization, Mume. Their leader, Chaos Incarnate, Bales. And Hope Descendant, Iris. The 6 of them formed the council that would preside over the universe. Together, they made a promise to support one another, no matter what. As humanity evolved, the council became influenced by their qualities. None was more deeply affected by this than the Warden of Time, Oro Crony, who grew prideful from humanity's obsession with time. The balance of the universe was upset once again by Crony's drive to become the strongest of them all. From her desire, the Chrono Gear was born, granting Crony the power to preserve timelines. But where power lies, evil will seek to control it. A dark force from an alternate timeline appeared, pursuing the Chrono Gear for her own twisted goals. Desperate to protect her creation, Crony called upon the rest of Council, and a great battle ensued. The conflict shattered the Chrono Gear. Its golden gears scattered across the stars, and the space-time continuum was ruined.
Huge shout out to Crony for voice acting that part. She did such a great job with it. Oh my goodness. So, for the intro FMV, like the specific goal that I had in mind personally was to kind of like describe what these characters are, like what the main cast deal is, because like this game, like overall the goal for this game, I just wanted it to be like a self-contained adventure that anybody can appreciate from a narrative standpoint, without necessarily having to know what Hololive is or who the Hololive talents are. So the purpose of that opening FMV is to kind of like offer like a short like description of like, you know, the creation of the universe and how the council was formed and everything. And especially to kind of describe like Crony's backstory, why, like what the Chrono Gear is, why she made it, and why she doesn't have it anymore. Fongban, hi! Thank you so much for drawing our box art and all the chibi artworks and that artwork that you made to celebrate the release and everything. Thank you so much for your support. But yeah, I'm super satisfied with the opening FMV. I think, like, I've actually seen people say that it really helps their understanding of what's going on. So I think it was very much worthwhile to like turn that into like a full FMV sequence. Also, shout out to Jeremy for the music in the opening. And I like how we start off here in like the Graveyard of Swords, because it kind of sets the seed in your mind early on. Like maybe this game is gonna have like some dark spooky moments in it later on. Like a bit of a personal style that I quite enjoy experimenting with is having like tonal shifts when things get serious in the game story. And anyone who's played like the Freedom Flat series knows what I'm talking about, but I feel like this game handles it like a lot more gradually, in a way that is really cool. Like it plants like so many hints at how the story is gonna end up turning out right from the start. And even if you don't get it at first, like after you beat the game, if you play it again, there's quite a few like bits of dialogue, especially from Crony, where like only by knowing the context of the later parts of the game, you're like, oh, okay, that's cool. So it's kind of like a replay bonus almost. Lollygagging. Angst in your VTuber platformer? It's more likely than you think. Yes, of course. I like when Crony played through the game. Whenever she spoke the dialogue of the Crony, she would just use like the whiniest voice. It was just some playful teasing of her fan base. Impersonator! There's an imposter among us. Yeah, I love the foreshadowing Duplucky. Like, our writers did like such a good job with that. Like, for the most part, I would like, I contributed like the kind of like the broad strokes of what the narrative would be like in the context of the gameplay, and the writers just like took it and ran with it. And occasionally I would also like contribute dialogue. But for the most part, like the masterminds behind it were Trip and XS. And yeah, Doorway to Nowhere was, I believe, the first level that I worked on. Which, it's like general like game design wisdom would tell you that you should really save the first level of your game for later. Because at that point you'll be more familiar with the mechanics and what players would need to know right from the start, and it gives you space to kind of like leave a better first impression. But I just like making the first level first, and then later on, if it needs refinement, then we can go back and touch it up. That for a similar reason, I start most of my games by drawing the sprites for the player character. Like again, conventional wisdom for game designers is that you should just start with like basic shapes for all of your objects, just to get like the gameplay down first before you commit to drawing anything. But that just doesn't inspire me. that doesn't inspire me the same way as like having like a full set of like character sprites and animations for the character you're playing as. So that stream I had like 2.5 years ago, where I was drawing Orochrony sprites, or at least showing off what I drew in advance. That was the very first bit of work that I did for Chrono Gear. Is the barricaded door the only enemy that doesn't have a codex entry? Oh, there's actually two like so-called enemies that don't have codex entries. There's a barricaded door and there's a void debris. I just felt like both of them were basically just like barriers, so they didn't really need a description. But I like the idea of your first enemy being a door that you have to break down because, you know, it's not gonna fight back. You don't have to worry about taking damage. It just like exists to get you used to using the attack button, especially if for some reason you decided not to play through the tutorial. Oops, I was a little too slow there. So this section right here is actually expecting you to use haste to run really fast towards it, but stasis is much more effective. Like, even though the level is building up haste with all the gold notes, you can just use stasis and it's much easier. So I kind of like that because it's kind of a little bit of a bonus for players who are either paying attention or come back here later in the game to get the CD. Oh yeah, Grace Trip. I remember that stream too where I was like, it's specifically the stream where I was drawing the Armored Rangoon, I think, which is the boss of this area that we're about to encounter. So that was a really cool experience too. Like, I feel like of all the boss designs, like, I'm proud of the Armored Rangoon the most. Like, I feel like I absolutely nailed it, like, first try. Whereas other bosses, I kind of had to do, like, a couple passes in order to get it looking the way that I wanted it to. Yeah, this cutscene right here was my very first experimentation with like rotoscoping close-ups. Because I felt like if I only used sprites like I did in my previous games, it would lose a little bit of nuance. Like, there's certain like actions that I wanted the characters to perform that you could only really see up close. So that's what got me thinking that I should rotoscope certain sections. So you'll typically see me you'll typically see a cutscene zoom in on like a character's hands, for example, like if they're doing something with their hands, which would be really tricky to portray like at the sprite size. Now this boss intentionally designed to be extremely easy if you use your time powers. Even if you don't use your time powers, it's still pretty easy. But you can shred the Armored Rangoon in literal seconds if you just like overlap it with haste. So it's kind of designed in that aspect to kind of get like more cautious players to like go in for the kill, you know? Yeah, I like that too, Duplucky. Like the Armored Rangoon has like an empty spot on its head where it shows the golden gear.
Mission accomplished.
Already got 2 cheapos for 100 points in song power and damage. I'll get one for time eventually. Well, oh, what a gamer! Yeah, like. You do want your first level to be like very easy, just to give players confidence that they're actually playing correctly. Well, yeah, in the Sanctum. I also like in my platform games just having like a little hub area for you to kind of like catch your breath in between action sequences. I think that's really important because then the action sequences just kind of like if you don't have if you don't give players an opportunity to like rest a little bit between missions, the action kind of just like melds into itself, and it's a bit trickier to create memorable moments. Because like the human brain is funny like that. We tend to remember the beginning of things and the ending of things the most. So what a hub area does is it allows the ending of a mission to kind of like settle into your mind, and then you can kind of like think about the cool thing that you just did. If the hub area did not exist, then it would just like throw you into the next level like right away, and you'd be like, oh, okay, I guess we're gonna keep going. So even if the hub area just doesn't have a lot going on, I still think it's a good idea. Because it also gives you like a stress-free environment to play around with your abilities too. Because one of my favorite things, of course, in a platform game is to add like a time trial aspect where there's no real pressure to go fast, but it kind of like softly encourages you to do so. Yeah. And I feel like the reason for that is because, like, especially for a game like this that is not meant to be like a super hard platform game like other platformers. Like it's meant to be a little bit more on the easy side. So having the time trial aspect kind of like provides, or at least suggests, a secondary goal where like the question isn't so much can I beat this level, it's more like how fast can I beat this level. So that's kind of my thought process behind like why all my games have time trials. Yeah, I added CDs to the hub areas, and also like right away you get a thread of time, which you can use to purchase more CDs and border art in the hub. So putting it like right here kind of like teaches players right away, like, oh, you can use these threads of time to purchase things. So, okay, let's just do a beginning for now. Is Rangoon a portmanteau of several? Oh, funny you mentioned that. Like, okay, so the reason the Armored Rangoon is called the Armored Rangoon is because I was thinking about Crab Rangoon when I was working on it. So I was like, okay, well, I'll just call it Armored Rangoon. I don't really put a lot of thought into my enemy names, so that's why some of them sound a little bit weird. Here, let me take a sippy. Also, shout out to Will for the very chill shop music. Oh my goodness, how has it already been an hour? I think I might need more than 2 streams at this point because of how much I've been yapping. But it's cool, it's cool. I like yapping with y'all. Okay, just curious, is most of your team already Holo fans? Or did you only fall into the Hololive rabbit hole after joining the project? I was an existing Hololive fan, however, half of our team was not. Half of our team, when I brought them on board, had no prior familiarity of Hololive, which I think was a source of strength because it allowed us to more effectively like achieve our goal of making like a self-contained experience that may not necessarily require Hololive knowledge. And the really cool thing about that too is that it's kind of like bringing in players who like really like appreciate the story and the characters on their own merits, and then later on they would kind of like mention that they started watching Hololive because of it. Or like people who fell out of Hololive at some point, kind of like the game reinvigorated their interest. That almost made me cry reading. That was so sweet. Oh. I know, Gondorage. But that's another reason why I felt like I needed to pursue this project, because like in some aspects, like live streaming and VTubing, like there's a certain amount of like fragility, I guess. Like it kind of feels like in some ways it lacks permanence, you know? Like channels can be taken down at any time, and not having like something physical that you can touch also kind of feels like a bit temporary. So like I feel like this game needed to happen because like years down the road from now, I want to be able to look back on it and play it and be like, okay, like this era of Hololive actually happened and it mattered. And I'm glad that our players are kind of in agreement there, and I'm glad that it meant so much to so many people. Because I do agree, like it's it just hits different having something like this that we can like keep and play forever. And it just like reinforces the fact that what the talents did, no matter where they are in the future, no matter where they are, like the time that they spent with us mattered. Yes, that's correct, Apps. When we first started the project, Sana was the only graduated talent featured in the game. But by release, that number had increased to 7 talents. Which, oh my goodness. And that's another thing too, like, we can't limit ourselves just by who's currently active, because otherwise I feel like projects of this scope would be like, it'd be unsustainable, you know? So I am very grateful that there's kind of like an unspoken grandfather clause with projects like this, where like both the talents and the company and the fans like are just kind of like understanding of that sort of predicament, because we don't want to put undue pressure on anybody to kind of like to like quickly update their game to like keep up with who's currently active. So I'm personally very grateful for that. It was admittedly like a really big source of stress for me for a while, but just like being around the team and everything like really like reassured me that it would not be a big deal. Well, maybe a big deal only in the sense that people get really excited to see everybody again, you know? Oh, also, this was actually a pretty late addition into the game, but like I was kind of like struggling to figure out what I wanted to prioritize one day, like pretty close to release, and I was like, okay, I think I'll just like do this silly little thing where you can boot Boros while I think about what I want to do next. Wow. Boop the snoot. And I'm glad I did, because like I can tell like this tiny little moment was like really meant a lot to players. Just like, you know, petting the dog later on. Oh, Blake, hello. Hope you're doing well. One of the best additions to the game. Oh, thank you. Honestly, I agree. Oh, and Name of the Mirror. I really liked Crony's voice acting for this part, because it really plays into like who her character is supposed to be. Like her character is supposed to be like this Time Warden who was worshipped by humanity, because humanity like is obsessed with time. So that kind of like turned her into like a very like vain person who like constantly admires herself. So that was kind of like the original concept behind Oro Crony, like during the debut of the console. Of course it's downplayed nowadays, but it's really funny to kind of like lean into that in a few instances once again. Yeah, Mirror Talk, a classic Crony moment. It also is kind of like a callback to her 3D debut live, where, because there's a tradition in HoloLive 3D debuts to kind of like invite special guests, but Crony really leaned into her character, and so instead of inviting special guests to her 3D live, she invited like 4 different copies of herself. And it was so funny. It's one of the funniest 3D debuts I've ever watched. I do recommend watching it sometime if you want to see. You love this map theme? Yeah. So this was a collaboration between myself and Bob the Guy. Bob the Guy basically just like redid the instruments and also added another section where the chord progresses a bit more. But yeah, I was thinking about Kingdom Hearts when I worked on this, and I was listening to Kingdom Hearts World Map music. So I was kind of like in that mindset, just like that like ethereal feeling. So at first we can only go to World of Time, but it kind of like gives you a sneak peek at some of the other worlds that you're going to access, and it kind of like serves as like a rough estimate of how long the game is. I say rough because like you know what I mean. Yeah, Bob cooked up a storm for the OST. Oh my goodness. He's been regularly uploading like new tracks. I'm currently putting together a playlist of music tracks from the game from the original composers. So it's a work in progress right now. Like Bob still needs to upload his tracks, and we need to send Jeremy's tracks to him to upload as well. And I think there's a few other incidental tracks that need uploading too. But when it's like 90% complete, I'll promote it on the Chrono Gear Twitter account. So that way everybody knows that will be the most direct way to support our music team. Kirby coded? Oh yeah. When I was working on this game, it was around the same time that I was starting to get into the Kirby games. Because prior, like during my childhood, I only really experienced the original Game Boy Kirby and Kirby's Dream Land 3. So I was playing through more Kirby games at the time, and the inspiration kind of like seeped itself in some places. Like Battleship Aquamarine, for example, might have been like a little bit inspired by Meta Knight's Revenge. And the maze a little bit inspired by the Great Cave Offensive. World of Space is your favorite world? Each stage was a blast? That seems to be a pretty like common consensus, that World of Space just like knocks it out of the park so much. And I can see why. And that's kind of validating for me too, because I was worried that the fact that it had the fewest stages of any world would be a detriment. But those 3 stages are such a big spectacle that it kind of makes up for it. So in this level, I just kind of leaned into the fact that, okay, there's an imposter crony, and they probably have like red cronies, which are also imposters. Your favorite is a tie between Civ and Nature? Awesome! Yeah, those are good picks too. Was this level based off Twilight Town? Not really, no. I guess if I had to compare it to anything, it would be Ludibrium from MapleStory. Like if you remember like the Toyland place, and then there was like an underground tower in the middle, where things would start to get spooky the deeper you went. So yeah, I'd say like probably the closest to an inspiration this Belltown has is MapleStory. It's kind of funny to think about though. Hold on a second. Yeah. Okay. So, you might be interested to know that, like, this is one of the only levels in the entire game that has, like, a separate section that has completely different music. I think Hoshinome Castle is another one, but... yeah, back when I made Belltown, I was kind of thinking in more of a Mario mindset, where levels might have like side areas that you can explore for like extra collectibles, to the extent that like the scenery completely changes. But World of Time also was kind of a bit of a wake-up call in the sense that like I needed to really consider like the scope of the game. So I think that's why like most other levels don't really do that, because I felt like it was gonna result in like scope creep. So like for those who don't know what scope creep is, it's basically where like you're working on a game and you're like, oh, I want to add this feature, oh, I want levels to have this feature. And then because those features were added to one level, you kind of have to add them to other levels because it's expected. And before you know it, the scope of the game has gotten out of control and you're spending like years and years and years on it. So I was really worried about that happening. So that's why there's some things in World of Time that aren't really in any other part of the games. Because I was like, okay, hold on a second. I gotta dial it back, or else I'm gonna make more work for myself later. Yeah, Trip Tech, the scope creeps regardless, but there are certain things about it that you can still control. And if nothing else, I'm glad that the scope creep only happened in the later sections of the game, rather than the beginning. Because at least at that point, like in the end game, we could still kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel. Oh yeah, Silk Song, I suppose, is a prime example of that. I'm guessing based on what Team Cherry has said, that it's kind of more of a positive example. Like, who even says? Like, we've been having so much fun with the game and we don't want to stop, so that's why the game took so long. That's like, people have described that as, not as development hell, but development heaven. I think that's an apt term. Well... But of course, eventually you do want the game to exist and be in players' hands. So, like, eventually, no matter what, you're always gonna have to make concessions on the original vision that you have. Because, like, a game that exists is infinitely better than just, like, a set of ideas and dreams. Like, the ideas and dreams that you have should be the starting point of what will be eventually something that people can play, you know? So that's kind of like my mindset when I make games. Like even if the execution is not perfect, it's infinitely better than if I just keep trying and trying and trying and not like releasing anything. Yeah, I get that, Lance. I'm actually like very like proud of that because like I'm very proud of the fact that Chrono Gear is the fastest selling Galaxy Trail in history because it confirms that the methods that we used for this game to kind of make production go faster and to like just have like a healthier development cycle in general worked. Like this is a valid way of like making games, and it's kind of like completely changed the way I think about making games. And if I decide to make another Freedom Planet game someday, I will definitely take the lessons learned from Chrono Gear into account. That is also true, Edgedrive. When Team Cherry was making Silksong, they were in a very advantageous position because of how successful Hollow Knight was, like sales-wise. Yeah, absolutely. Like, if Hollow Knight was not as successful as it was, they probably would have had to, like, hustle a bit more, you know? To some extent, I kind of wonder if Freedom Planet 2 was kind of in a similar situation where, like, the fact that Freedom Planet 1 did well enough that I could kind of, like, survive off of its income while working on Freedom Planet 2. I think that might have played a part into just how polished Freedom Planet 2 is, because we had so much time to just, like, go in and, like, refine all the pixel art animations and the physics and everything. So that is something that, like, I will always be grateful for, because I know that only a handful of indie developers have ever had that luxury, you know? So I will always be grateful to our fans. And even now, like, with Chrono Gear too, like, I'm very grateful for the support.
Hi, Riz.
Hi, Riz. Also, yes, the other Active Promise members, Iris and Bay, also contributed vocals, which I'm very grateful for. They turned out really well. Like, listening to their vocals, like, it made me wish that we had enough scope to, like, add them as playable characters, but, like, I really had to stick to my guns on making Crony the only playable character, because adding another playable character, like, is a huge undertaking. Especially if it happens, like, later in development rather than at the start. I think a prime example of how much your scope can run out of control with extra playable characters is Shovel Knight. So Shovel Knight originally had a Kickstarter campaign, and they had a bunch of stretch goals for adding more playable characters to the game. Those took them so long that they had to basically make entirely new games centered around those characters because they didn't work with the existing level design that was made for the original Shovel Knight. So that took them like a few more years of making like standalone games for Shovel Knight Treasure Trove, which it turned out really well. I'm really thankful for it, but I get the feeling that it's not something that they expected to like be so involved when they were first when they were first managing the Kickstarter campaign. So it's really something that you have to keep in mind. Like, the results can be fantastic, but like, just make sure you're prepared for what it entails. Yacht Club was trapped in Shovel Knight land for so long. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say trapped because, like, for all we know, like, they just had a completely, like, positive experience with that. But yeah, it's definitely something that you should keep in mind. And if I'm not mistaken, the same thing it happened with Hollow Knight. Like, Hollow Knight had a Kickstarter campaign, and playable Hornet was one of the stretch goals. But, like, I think the plan at first was for Hornet's campaign to be DLC, but they had so many ideas for it that they decided to just make it like a sequel to Hollow Knight. Also, yeah, I'm really happy with the way that Fairy Iris turned out. It was just like such like you don't, it just goes to show that sometimes you don't really have to like stick one-to-one with the official lore of the characters you're working with. Like, give yourself some room to kind of like play around with the lore a bit. Like officially Iris obviously does not like shrink to fairy size when she's full of despair, but it's something we added because I think it's a nice like visual indication of like her mindset in the context of a video game. So plus she's so cute. Yeah, TZ. Actually, King of Cards is my favorite of the 4 Shovel Knight campaigns. It's just like so polished, and I really like the bite-sized levels compared to the other campaigns. But of course, I really appreciate the other campaigns too. Like, I had not played Spectre Knight's campaign until recently. That was really fun. I really like how they designed Spectre Knight's levels around his really like interesting, like, his moveset's so weird, but it works because of how the levels were designed around it. And yeah, we added like a little bit of a lore drop here to kind of like get fans speculating about how time travel works in this setting. I will say that like, I'm not entirely sure if the person who wrote these Preserved Timelines books like fully understands it. They even admit that they need to do further research. But it just kind of gets you thinking about like, okay, so this is how time travel works in this setting. Like, how does this happen? How does this happen? So it kind of like leaves enough breadcrumbs to get you thinking about it without explicitly like telling you like exactly how it works. I think I enjoy that kind of storytelling because it leaves enough open that fans can come up with their own interpretations on certain things. Like, I don't want to tell fans everything. I think there should be room for like fan headcanons. Also, did I get a thread of time? I won't buy. Yeah. Chrono Trigger was the same? Oh, yeah. You love Iris in this game, too? You didn't follow her that much before, but thanks to this game, you will try to watch her more? Yeah, she's wonderful. Like, everybody keeps going like, oh, you Iris, but, like, she's genuinely such, like, a sweet and caring person. Like, she cares about her friends and her fans. And I wish I could catch more of her streams, but she does stream in JP time, so I usually can't catch them live. But like, I adore her. She has an amazing singing voice too, and the fact that she really likes Eurobeat is something that I really appreciate too, because I also really like Eurobeat. Yeah. Those 4 AM yapping streams are killer, I know, right? Yeah, Iris is great. Right. Yeah, Carnival Railway is another example of a World of Time stage that kind of like got me thinking really hard about scope creep. Originally, it was actually 2 missions. The second mission would have started right where you meet Polka, halfway through the level. So that was where the split happened. So there was going to be, so the first one was going to be more about the card blocks and like the pachinko chips. And the second half was going to be more about the acrobatics and like the trapeze swings. But the problem with that is that, like, I was worried that if we had a level this early on that had 2 missions, it would set the expectation in the player's mind that, oh, every world is going to have levels that have more than 1 mission. And that essentially would have doubled our workload in order to fulfill that expectation. So I made the choice to condense both halves of Carnival Railway into 1 level. And yeah, I'm glad we did, because even though the level is a bit on the longer side, it just sets a different expectation that is like a bit more positive, where like, okay, there's going to be some levels that are pretty long and involved. So that way players don't get impatient later on when they do end up in longer levels. Even then, I still thought about like removing some of the puzzles just to cut down on the level time a little bit more, but I think it's fine the way it turned out. And this level also kind of like taught me that it's probably not a good idea to have cutscenes in the middle of a level. Because this, even after condensing the level, and even after condensing both Carnival Railway missions into a single level, it still has 2 cutscene breaks, which is a lot for this game. So both me and the writers kind of like learned after this that it's best that we get most of the dialogue and exposition out of the way, like in a cutscene before the level actually starts. And then like some levels can have like more dialogue like right after you complete them too. And this level of course has both of those going on. Okay. And I would say that, like, other than the secret area in Belltown where, you, like, play with the time powers, this is probably the first, like, proper, like, puzzle that you're supposed to figure out. Don't mind the cutscenes that much? Yeah, I honestly don't mind cutscenes that much either. It just felt a bit pace breaking to me to have cutscenes like happen in the middle of gameplay suddenly. So that's why, like, for the most part, we have stage specific cutscenes happen like before it starts and right after it finishes. Oh, okay, I see what I gotta do. It's amazing. It's interesting just how much you figured out in just the first world. It speaks to how efficient development was for this one. Yeah, exactly. Like there were a few aspects of development that, like, if I didn't have prior experience from working on the Freedom Planet games, I probably would have like not considered it. But going into this project with that experience, I was able to kind of exercise a bit more caution in that regard. And really think about ways that we could strategically scope the project in a way that resulted in like maximum variety for how quickly it came together, you know? Hold on a second, I need to take a sippy. Oh, good stuff. Yeah, my neck's starting to hurt a little bit, but it's all good. Yeah, for those who don't know, I actually have a setup where I have a smart desk where I can move between sitting and standing positions throughout the day. I think that's very important too. Like, I think the most important thing that I've been able to do in terms of managing like my hand and neck pain is to just like move throughout the day, whether it's standing or sitting, just not staying in one place all day. I find that has like the most positive impact. Oh yeah, that too, Will. Only in the most recent updates did we fix an issue where the pachinko chips were not like being pushed forward a consistent amount every time you hit them. Like, for some reason, when you hit them from this side, they would travel farther than if you hit them from this side. But now it's consistent. So this puzzle in particular should be easier for people to pull off. It's actually very rewarding to see people figure this puzzle out and figure out that you have to kind of like build up momentum through stasis. It's so good. It kind of like speaks to how effective the blue notes and the gold notes are at getting people to remember their time powers, because you see here, there's a blue note. So most players are going to use stasis to collect that, and then they're going to remember that when they bring the pachinko chip up here and be like, oh, okay, maybe I can use stasis for this. So it's just like, the blue and gold notes are such a smart design choice because they just kind of serve as a very soft hint about which time powers you should be using in a given area. I'm really glad that we added them. Yeah, the time power notes were so clutch. Yeah, Trip Tech, that's a bit of a problem with this puzzle in particular, and it's actually like one of the reasons why I considered removing that particular puzzle. Although we did keep it eventually. It's just the fact that building up momentum through stasis is not used anywhere else in the game. And I'm not even sure if I would have wanted to anyway, because I couldn't really think of a unique way to do that that was not just like recycling the pachinko chip gimmick. The time power notes are excellent for player guidance, yeah. Well, thank God you kept it. It was one of the best highlights of World of Time. Oh, I'm glad you think so. Yeah, like even if you've got like a weird like one-off like mechanic or concept, it could still really help the feeling that there's just like a lot of variety in the game, even if it's not necessarily used anywhere else. So it's simultaneously a flaw and a really like charming quirk, depending on how you look at it. Yeah, I would agree with that, Will. It's just like there aren't really any other systems in place that would work well with building up momentum in such a way. Breath of the Wild, on the other hand, like you can get a lot of mileage out of this building up things in stasis. So that's an example of that kind of mechanic that works with the systems that are in place. Of course, the other limiting factor in Chrono Gear is the screen size. Like, it's a 2D platformer, like it's side-scrolling, so and it's also in 4:3 resolution. It's not like it's not actually widescreen. So those are limiting factors in the kinds of puzzles that we can design. But I'm thankful that we worked it to our advantage in most cases, because the puzzles in Chrono Gear are basic enough that we can make part of the puzzle just scouting out the area to see what's ahead and how you're like supposed to solve it. And that's fun because moving around is fun, and Crony has a lot of really like good tools like dashing and Cronycopter and stuff to make moving around really fun. So it really isn't a big deal for players to like scout out the area and see like the full extent of a really large puzzle room. So that ends up being part of the puzzle, is to just like scout your surroundings. But even despite that, we really had to be careful about how we designed puzzles in this game to make sure that important parts of it are like on screen when they need to be on screen. Stasis is the intended solution, but you were aware it could be solved otherwise, and you felt positively about this. Yeah. That's the other thing too. I do enjoy puzzles that have multiple solutions, so that way if somebody can't like wrap their head around a particular solution for some reason, they could kind of like figure another one out on their own. Like that puzzle with building up momentum through stasis, it could theoretically also be solved by like hitting it through a bunch of times in haste, or drill dashing into it too. Also, I'm really glad that we got the radar blinking here, because sometimes I'm talking to chat and I kind of like lose track of where I'm going. Which is a common theme among streamers, so that's something else we kept in mind. And that's another reason why I feel like the 4:3 resolution isn't really a big deal in this game, is because we do a pretty good job of having like HUD indicators for important items that are off screen. Yay! Ta-da! What happens when you play on a 4:3 CRT? From what I've seen, it works really well. Except that, like, depending on the type of CRT, sometimes the HUD elements get cut off a bit because they're too close to the edges of the screen. Well, so that I'm half tempted to have an option to kind of like nudge them like away from the edges a little bit more in case you're playing on an actual CRT, but that's such a niche thing that I'm not sure. I composed this song, by the way. Shine Jet. Ice cream. A series of challenge rooms where momentum building could be used more, also vertically. Oh, that's an interesting thought.
Mission accomplished.
The closest I can think to another like momentum building sort of gimmick are the pulleys in Highway of Dreams, where you're expected to use haste to kind of like accelerate your jump height. Time Loaf! Also, fun fact, Time Loaf was voiced by my actual real-life dog, Paige. Yeah, that's her bark. Bark, bark. Yeah, I actually shared that fact on Twitter, and I was very surprised that the Hollow Indie Twitter account retweeted it. But I'm thankful. I'm glad everybody enjoys what a good job she did. Because she did it such a good job. Yes, she did. Oh no! Time Loaf is your favorite pet in this game? Yeah! There's a couple more pets. Because why not? Why not have multiple things to pet? Also, I'm going to put my desk into sitting mode now because I've been standing for like an hour and a half. Yeah. That does, now that you mention that, Lance, because like Sammy made a cameo in Freedom Planet 2, and Paige made a cameo in Chrono Gear, so now both my dogs have been featured in my games. Because you know, you gotta. They're good beans. Nice. A real dog. Oh, Sands of Time. Boy, do I have stories about this one. So, like... Sands of Time probably went through the most revisions out of any level in the game. I think we revised it like 5 times. The very first version of this level did not have the sand geysers. That was actually the last iteration. Because we had noticed in an early review of the game that like the reviewer kind of hinted that this level was kind of like a slog to get through, and I felt like the reason for that was because there wasn't really any gimmick that propelled the player forward and like complemented their momentum. Like you have the snake ladders, but you just kind of sit on them like all static like, but with the geysers, now there's a really cool movement tool you can use to get around faster. Woo! So I think that was a really good choice. The very first version of this level, also like, I'll go over that once we get to the second hourglass. Well, in this first part of the hourglass, there were a lot of sections that were more open-ended, and we ended up walling off a lot of areas because we noticed that players were going in circles, even in this very first part. So because of the level's gimmick of where you can flip it upside down with the hourglass switch, like, we decided it needed to be a lot more linear than it used to be. Because, like, even though it is linear, it feels open-ended because of that gimmick. The gimmick just makes it like it can make it way more confusing to navigate. Also, this room was not like this at launch. So we decided to make it so that like the hourglass is like you fall down this chasm and there's no way back up unless you hit the hourglass. So it kind of like enforces that, oh, you're supposed to hit that in order to do a thing. Because I think before some players confused this for like a decoration. Also, yeah, the original version of the level did not have those pillars of light that make a noise when you touch them. That was kind of based on like the torches in Celeste, where they're mostly to indicate that you've been to an area already. Also, yeah, the faceplant. is something that was in the game like really early on, and it has never stopped being funny. So I that's like one of, if not my most favorite addition to Crony's moveset. Just the fact that she can face plant. So this second section, originally, like the way it's structured right now is that you can basically go in a circle, and it's like a circuit layout. That was not originally the case. Originally, there were a bunch of dead ends everywhere, and you just had to like find the 4 switches, but it was like really confusing because there were some dead ends that had absolutely nothing in them, no collectibles or anything. So this like goes to the other part of the circuit. So like later in development, like when I was working on the maze, I discovered the beauty of the circuit layout because it allows players to keep moving even if they miss something. So it always feels like they're making progress. Like if a player ends up in a dead end, they're going to be forced to backtrack, and backtracking is something that you usually want to avoid unless you have like new content to go through when you're backtracking. So I later streamlined the layout so that you can just like perpetually go in a circle if you want, and like during each loop you'll be able to find things that you might have missed during the first time. Oh, I wanna destroy this dude. Haha. Yeah, a lot of people like missed killing the sentry hands, so they were never added to their codexes. So that's part of the reason why we added a feature in the codex in later versions of the game, where after you beat the game, you can go back to it and it'll straight up tell you what you missed and where. Okay. So yeah, and other iterations of this level, we added things like the hourglass, like kind of like glowing to indicate that you can hit it, and the same thing with the doors after you unlock them. And we added the counter that appears when you flip one of the diamond switches. Like this level took a lot of work to get where it currently is, but like I'm happy with where it is right now, and I'm really happy that we went through the extra effort to make it like this, because it is a really cool concept. And I'm glad that people enjoy their time with it too. Oh, hold on a second. Yes, you can. That was Mama Spacey. She says hi. Well. The what? Hello, everybody. Oh, yes, hello, everybody, she says. This is the level where the game really took off for you and you thought, oh, this game is going to be something special. I'm really glad to hear that. The other reason that I really pushed hard to make this level like what it is now is because I feel like with like the relaxing music and just like the calmer atmosphere, it was a really nice change of pace from the more action-oriented levels that we've played so far. Like, I think it's really to a game's benefit to like switch up the pacing of levels every now and then. So I'm really happy with Sands of Time and how it kind of like offers like a bit of a break between the more actiony levels. Like this one's more about like exploration, you know? So and that plays to the game's strength, which one of the game's biggest strengths, which is its variety. Oh, thank you everybody for saying hi to Mama Spacey. Yeah, exactly, Will. It was also very important to you to make this level as good as we could get it because it's so early and you felt the potential a lot when you first played it. Yes, exactly. World of Time has to make a good first impression, you know, because it is the first world, and all of its levels are required to get to the other worlds. And yeah, I actually ended up like another fun fact about World of Time is that I had built a lot of it when I was still working on this project by myself. Like, originally I was working on it solo. I didn't bring in a team until I felt like I had made enough of the game to make a good impression on who could potentially help with the project. So, for the most part, like, I had drafts of all of World of Time's levels in place before I started recruiting other team members. And that included the music. So I feel like for the most part, World of Time is a pretty good example of what I'm capable of by myself. Like in terms of the broad strokes, like eventually later in development, like more team members ended up contributing and polishing up World of Time. But I think especially like on the graphics side of things, like I did all of World of Time's tile sets initially, and then Ed Shrive came in later on and added extra details to them. And then of course in later worlds, like Ed Shrive ended up like taking the reins as our main tile set artist. App says this game uses tile sets, yes, but Freedom Planet 2 used a tool called Fair2D to auto-generate terrain from tile sets. Yeah, exactly. That's another like difference that I think was to this game's benefit, is because we were not working with like slope physics or anything like that, which was a thing in the first two Freedom Planet games. We didn't spend nearly as much time like figuring out like collision logic, because Godot already has a really good built-in physics system. So by making this a traditional tile-based platform game, that really helped speed things along early on in development. Yeah, at one point I had imagined that Anya would be like an optional like collectible that you could pick up that would eventually lead to her quest line in World of Space, but because the color of the Karis kind of blends in with the environment, I was a little bit concerned that she would be like entirely missable. So I decided to kind of like put her in the path of progress. So that way, like, you'll always be able to kickstart the quest line once you get to World of Space. Yeah, this game still has plenty of slopes. However, slopes do not affect how fast you're going. Like, they don't make you accelerate when you're running down them. So that made the physics like a bit easier to work with. And I also kind of feel like the kind of physics that are in the Freedom Planet games are something that takes a little bit of getting used to. So for our target audience, which is people who may not have necessarily played many platform games in the past, I think like a traditional Mega Man style platformer was more in line with what our goals were. Well, also there's a bit of an Easter egg when you're sprinting. Like after sprinting for 3.14 seconds, Chrono will get a slight speed increase. That's just a little silly like programming quirk that TripTech added. But I kind of like it. I kind of like rewards. Keeping like a solid like running line. Geocyclone. Geocyclone, of the levels that I primarily worked on by myself, Geocyclone's probably my favorite. I really get a kick out of when people stream the game and they react to the tornado in the background. They're like, holy crap, how did they do that? Yeah, if you remember my early dev streams, I actually went step by step on how to recreate the tornado effect using Godot's GPU 2D particles. It takes a little bit of finagling, but you can use the orbit velocity property to achieve a similar effect. And I also think that the limited color palette of the background also plays to the effect really well. The most Sega-coded level 2 aesthetically? Yeah! I think aesthetically, like, I had this obscure Sega Saturn game on my mind when I was working on the tile set for this level called Astal. It was made by Sega. It was supposed to kind of be like the Sega Saturn's like substitute for Sonic, because we didn't really get a mainline Sonic game on the Sega Saturn for complicated reasons. So I guess Astal was meant to be like the mascot platformer for that console, but it ended up not selling that well. But I still fondly remember it. It was the first game that I ever played that had CD quality audio. I remember hearing it on like when my brother I was watching my brother play the game on on our Sega Saturn when we were kids. And I remember hearing the music on the speakers, and I was like, "Oh, is Dad playing music in the other room?" My mind could not comprehend that kind of music could come out of a video game. I was just used to like 16-bit sound chips at that point. But even now, I think it's a really pretty game. Like graphically, it's one of the prettiest like old school platformers, and it's very much like crystal themed. And it's also kind of funny because, like, when we first started working on this game, Advent had not debuted yet in Hololive. But after they debuted, I was like, okay, this Dual Cyclone kind of reminds me of Koseki Bijou. But after Advent debuted and Justice debuted, we wanted to commit to the cast that we currently had because we were worried that it would increase the scope of the game if we added cameos of later Hololive generations. So Holo X was our cutoff point for characters that physically appear in the game. And we do have kind of a headcanon plot reason as to why Advent is not in this game, but for now we'll just leave it up to interpretation as to why. But later on we do add like some visual like nods to Advent and Justice. Like there's some arcade games in World of Chaos that are like directly themed after them. So I think that was a nice way to add like some soft cameos of those talents. And there's also a few like enemies that are based on Advent and Justice. Like the gem crawlers in this level are based on Bijou's gem. And later on, there's like a wind-up toy enemy that's kind of based on Cecilia Immergreen. Now you got a theory craft, yes! Get theory crafted, nerd! Also, yes, good observation, TZ. These crystal platforms are a gimmick that were present in the original Freedom Planet, but only for one room and nowhere else in the game. So I had the idea to just like take that gimmick concept and kind of expand it and combine it with other gimmicks that are unique to Chrono Gear. There's a few other cases where I kind of like lifted gimmicks from Freedom Planet in a different context, and it feels unique because again, like the other gimmicks that you combine a gimmick with do a lot for how it feels. Well, yeah, pretty late in development, Will just flooded this arena with stasis notes because we noticed that testers were still not using stasis at this point. So having blue notes everywhere is like a very like strong reminder to players, like, use stasis, it helps against this boss. And I really appreciate how the boss is like a pretty decent challenge for less experienced players, but once you're good at the game, you can just like shred it in seconds with haste. Like it's a nice exam for the player to kind of check to see if they are comfortable with Crony's moveset yet. Yeah, exactly, Nat. That was kind of my goal. Like, the Freedom Planet DNA is definitely palpable. It's apparent in this game, but it also is very much its own thing. And I feel like the ways that it's similar to Freedom Planet are almost like an author signature at this point. Like, you can just look at it, like, even look at a screenshot and be like, oh, that was made by the Freedom Planet devs. It's quite flattering to me when that happens. You can't just hasten his face now? Oh, yeah, I haven't tried playing the game of Proud One yet. I probably should have done that, but this way I can just kind of like breeze through it and just like focus mostly on talking to people about my commentary. Imposter. Yeah, in earlier versions of the game, actually, this imposter dialogue would happen like one stage earlier. So there was always like one World of Time mission that was optional, but at some point I felt like it was just better to make it so that players would have to beat every level, because I feel like every level in World of Time teaches you something valuable discreetly. So I think it's worth it for players to just be required to get through all the World of Time missions before they move on to the world boss. Wait, Lance, really? Haka knew about Freedom Planet before joining Hollow Stars? That's so cool! I love Haka, he's great. Well... UFO, seriously? Oh, yes, you can tell this is not the real Crony and an imposter because the real Crony would never wear pink. Ever. Ever. So that was kind of like a fun way to kind of like play around with the concept of an imposter Crony. Also, Time Horse. So admittedly, like if you've played Freedom Planet 1, Time Horse's design is admittedly a bit inspired by the Robo Panther. Cause like when I was really early on in development, I was still kind of like in the mindset that Crony was like a bit more of an anti-hero. So I was like, okay, let's give her kind of like an intimidating looking like horse bird samurai thing to ride. Yeah, the head of Time Horse like is intentionally not supposed to look like a horse. It's supposed to look more bird-like. Yeah, the Flying Laboratory was a bit of a tricky boss to get working correctly, just because of the unique circumstances of this fight being like a chase fight where you're like in an auto-scrolling section. Also, the bubble didn't originally home in on her. That was a really cool feature. I'm glad that Will added that. And I also like how this fight kind of like really like reinforces. It really kind of like forces you to learn how to fight effectively in the air, because you can't hit her on the ground. Cloning. Button. Yeah. Early in development also, this boss was very easy to cheese. But later on, we made it so that, like, once Korori turns back into Cloney, like, she will teleport to a different position. So that way, if you're just, like, starting off, the fight goes on a little bit longer, so you have more time to kind of, like, grasp what's going on. Because it's a very chaotic fight. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I composed the remix of Joya Repaint that is played whenever you fight Hollow X members. It's such a cool song. It was really fun to remix. I remember like taking the song in Audacity and just like playing like one note at a time and just kind of like thinking in my head like which note it is. Okay, that's a C sharp. Okay, that's a D flat or whatever. Yeah, it takes me a bit of focus to kind of like zone in on what a specific note translates to in terms of like lettering. Well, I managed to pull it off, and I'm kind of proud of myself for that. And then later on, Zerx helped me touch up some of the instrumentation in it. You love the fact that some levels are just an entire boss fight? Yeah, exactly. That's another thing that I learned in terms of like, yeah, like. So in the Freedom Planet series, the games I worked on before, every level generally ended in a boss fight. And at some point, I just kind of did that just because it felt correct. But I really underestimated how much work a good boss fight takes. In some cases, a good boss battle takes as long, if not longer, than the level that they're contained in. And I think that was a pretty big contributing factor to how long Freedom Planet 2 took to develop. So, in this game, I wanted to try something different. I wanted to go more of the Mario route, where not every level will necessarily end in a boss fight. And some of the more, like, important and longer boss fights would just be in their own level. And I think that did a lot to help with the pacing of development of this game. To not have to worry about having a boss fight at the end of every level. Because, like, some of the challenges in this game, I feel like they would have lost focus if the player had to pivot to combat at the end of every level. Because there's some levels that are more focused on, like, platforming or exploration, or puzzle solving. So it makes more sense for those levels to have a climax that is in that same, like, in that same genre, you know? So if there's a puzzle-heavy level, it should logically end in a pretty, like, challenging puzzle. And if there's a level that's mostly about platforming, it should end in a platforming challenge, you know? I think, like, there's still levels in this game, like Jewel Cyclone, for example, that still end in boss fights. But they tend to be a bit on the shorter end most of the time, or the boss has some sort of feature that kind of complements what came before it. So that was a very valuable lesson that I learned working on Chrono Gear, is that not every level has to end in a boss fight, and not every level should end in a boss fight if, depending on, like, the main focus of the level.
Right on time.
Yeah. Right on time. Yeah, I really like the incidental, like, quotes, victory quotes that Crony says at the end of each level, too. It was a really fun experience, like, putting together, like, the character synopsis and script that we sent to Crony. We were not in direct communication. Basically, we, like, sent the script to Holo Indie staff, and then they would kind of communicate with the talent's managers. And yeah, then they just recorded their lines at their leisure. And it was a really fun challenge, because in my previous project, I was more used to working directly with the voice actors, in the sense that we would kind of like book time to get like we would kind of book studio time, and then we would have a voice director come in and direct them as they're speaking the lines and everything. For very understandable reasons, that was not a possibility for this project. So it was a really fun challenge to kind of like make sure that we had all of the material that the talent would need to properly like vocalize their lines, like right off the bat, because like they're obviously we can't do like involved voice directing or anything like that. And it turned out so well considering like how indirect the communication was. I'm really proud of it. Yeah, Iris's ta-da! That was recorded specifically for the game. Ta-da! How was becoming a Holo Indie? Like, the funny thing is, like, when we started development, Holo Indie did not exist. It was only after we were like 2 or 3 months into development that Hololive announced that the Holo Indie branch was going to be a thing. As soon as that happened, like, I jumped on it. I filled out the application and everything. And out of, I think they had like over 70 submissions within the first couple weeks. And we ended up being number 7 in terms of like who submitted first. Like, I jumped on it. I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Because it's truly rare and special that a company will like go through the effort of like having like a monetization program for fan works. It's really special, so I'm really glad that we are a part of it. The only other companies that I can think that have like a similar monetization program are Toho and Warhammer. So they both kind of have like similar like programs where you can kind of like use their IP in exchange for like a cut of the revenue. Also, thank you for the follow. I didn't catch your name. Well, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, it's been such an honor working with staff on this project to really elevate it to its like full potential. And there are quite a few things that I don't think we would have been able to pull off without their help. So thank you again to staff. I could try custom one. Yeah, I'm really glad with that we managed to get the custom difficulty in by the time of release. Because I think it really like bridges the gap between people who really want like a legitimate challenge, while still like having like the default setting be like very accessible to new players. Yeah, exactly. Tuny Flow, exactly. That's the biggest like benefit to having a program like Holo Indie for fan projects, is because we were able to be a part of the program and monetize this game. That allowed us to increase the scope of the project accordingly, because then I was able to be in a better position to like, you know, to like properly compensate our team for their hard work.
What?
I love this song. Bob the Guy did such a good job. Oh my goodness. Like, I think the game would have happened regardless if Hollow Indie existed or not. Because I was budgeting everything accordingly. But just the fact that it exists means that we could really go ham. Oh, yeah, I also like Crony's voice clip. And then here she's like, oh, this world of chaos and chaos. Oh, such a banger. Stop being so big, Vay. Did not expect the game to be so big when you started. Yeah. That was also recorded specifically for this project. Yeah. Yeah, when you might have seen in our initial trailer for the game that the console room looked not this detailed. So that was a pretty late change. So I drive just before the game was set to release, wanted to touch up this room to make it look prettier. And I'm glad he did because it looks really awesome and the lighting makes more sense for it being in outer space. Witnessed! Sana! It's been really fun seeing people's reactions to seeing Sana again as well. Even if it's in the form of a fictional character in a game. For a really long time, I was just really nervous about what the reaction would be. But I'm glad everything turned out and that her presence in the game is very much well received. The giant Sana sprite's so good. Thank you. I was the one who actually drew Sana's background sprites. Yeah. Yeah, I remember obviously I couldn't rotoscope because she never got a 3D model, but I did use her official reference sheet as a reference when drawing her face and everything, just to make sure that I got the proportions correct. Sana is perfect in this game. It made your Sonalight heart very happy. I'm very happy to hear that. We even had a couple of Sonalights on the development team. Yeah, I'm very grateful for the reception. I'm glad that it's not a taboo or anything, and that we were able to portray the graduated talents in a very respectful manner. That was my number one concern with them is this respectful?
Here comes hope. Dun, dun.
So I'm very glad that everybody feels the amount of care and attention that we put into their appearances. Yeah. Yeah, I just really like how there's some instances where other characters will just give you a golden gear that they found because it makes the world feel bigger. They're kind of on their own adventure and they just happen to stumble upon the thing that you're trying to collect. So that was my thinking with this part with Bae and Crony. So Bae is kind of on her own adventure in World of Chaos and she just happened to stumble upon one of the golden gears, so she kind of crosses paths with you for a bit and helps you. Oh, Nat says Sana, Fauna, and Mumi were your favorite characters, probably outside of Crony herself. Again, just having the context of this game alone. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad that they stand out as just really good characters in the context of the game. Let's go. Oh. Kelly is cool as heck. Oh yeah, I love the way Kelly is portrayed in this game too. She's so cool. She's got the biggest big sister vibes. Also Koyori. Wow. I don't need any suspicious potions for that. Okay. So, moving on, let's see. I I think we could do like World of Space first, because it's a bit shorter than Nature. And I have some really interesting like facts about some of the levels in space. Thank you for the follow, Lux22. Thank you. As someone who likes all the girls, you feel so happy with every interaction. Yeah, I wish I could include like every single Hololive talent. Oh my goodness, but like because of the need to properly scope the game, obviously not everybody can make the cut, but even for those who didn't make the cut, we did our best to try and like add like little nods and cameos. But I think the final cast count that we ended up including is like 38 talents, which is a lot. And the fact that like most of them have at least a little bit of dialogue, I think we did a pretty good job, all things considered. The characterization was completely on point. I'm happy to hear that. Even when the story becomes its own, it always felt true to the talents' personalities. Yeah, exactly. You can kind of tell, like in the first few worlds, we were still kind of like playing around with concepts and experimenting. And that's kind of reflected in the narrative of like, okay, the world, the universe just shattered and like everything's in disarray. So it kind of makes sense for the start of the game to be a little more chaotic. But then once the plot started progressing and like things like the focus like starts like narrowing down a little bit, I'm happy to hear that the talents still feel like themselves. And that reminds me of something that our main writer Trips Out 2 mentioned recently, is that like if you have to pick between being lore accurate to the talents or making them act like themselves on stream, you'll want to do the latter, because people, like the fans, are more used to seeing the talents act like themselves, and maybe they don't necessarily like pay attention to the lore that much. So if you have to make concessions, I would definitely like recommend like injecting some of their stream personality into their character, because that's what the people are. That's what the people want. Yeah, just leave yourself a little bit of room to just like have fun, you know? This level plays your favorite BGM in the game. Yeah, I'm very pleasantly surprised that like cause like someone actually made like a tier list on that tier list maker website for levels in Chrono Gear. I've seen a few of those tier lists, and I'm pleasantly surprised how many people rank Galaxy Gourmet as like one of the top levels in the game. It just warms my heart knowing that we did this character justice. And yes, both songs that play in this level were composed by Wonder Riku, who actually composed Sana's original single, Astro Girl. That's the original Astro Girl composer who made the game version of the song, and it's so, oh my gosh, I was blown away when Wonder Riku accepted our invitation. And since then, he has become like a very dear friend to me and to the rest of the team. It's your second favorite level in the game. I'm so glad for that. I also think that Epps really knocked it out of the park with gimmick design for this level. Because like earlier in production, Epps would send me like concept sketches for different gimmicks and enemies, and I just like rolled with them to the best of my ability. And like as soon as I saw Epps's concepts for the gimmicks in this level, I was like, oh my gosh, that's perfect. I need this to happen. There's just like a certain amount of whimsy to this level that really reminds me of Super Mario Galaxy. And I love that because Super Mario Galaxy is like my favorite Mario game ever. Galaxy Gourmet is so peak. Yeah. I love this level. Also, just like the music, Riku did such a good job on the music, and I think like my favorite thing about it is that it kind of instills this sense of adventure in you. Like you listen to the music track in this level, and it feels like your adventure really is truly beginning. So, to an extent, I kind of feel like I would recommend people play World of Space before World of Nature. But I still feel like World of Nature is a very good starting point as well. So it's all a matter of personal taste. Wow. Also, I can't remember where I put it, but on the green planet in the background, there's an Amogus in there somewhere. So if you pay attention, you might be able to find it. That's a little fun fact, and I don't think I've seen anybody point that out yet, so yeah. Oh, this part is my favorite part of the song. Space was first, had to be. That makes sense from like a lore perspective to pick Space first because Space was the first to debut. It was also a lot of fun drawing the different like reactions that Sana has to what you're doing in the foreground. Like if you destroy an enemy or if you get hit by an attack. You see it on the bottom? Oh, yeah, you see it there? Like right on the bottom, 6 o'clock. And I also enjoyed like drawing the moon, like the little castle on the moon, and that's kind of like foreshadowing Hoshinova Castle. Da 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 da. Something I really enjoyed hearing from Wonder Riku about the music that he composed for this game too is that like he kind of leaned, especially like in some of his later tracks, he kind of leaned more into EDM, like that style of like really fast percussion to kind of match the faster pace of the game and like the speedrun focus. Maybe not necessarily a speedrun focus, but more like a time trial focus. Which, if you think about it, the presence of the timer on the HUD is like a very discreet visual pun. The Warden of Time goes through many trials throughout her adventure. In other words, time trials. Eh? 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 Eh?
Right on time.
Actually makes sense now because it is a peeve of yours whenever you see depictions of a crescent moon with stars inside the concave area. Oh, yeah. Now that you mention it, Gondridge, yeah, it is a nice twist on that. So because the universe is shattered, the moon is actually a crescent moon. It's not just the way it's lit. Like there actually is like a castle like nestled right where the concave is. Well. Oh yes, the Starship ID, that was really fun to put together. Like, I just randomly thought one day, like, what if we just had most of the Hololive ID talents, like, together as the crew of a spaceship? I mostly got that idea after I learned, Eophi's lore. Because, like, when I saw Eophi's design, I was like, oh, okay, like, is she, like, an artist type of character? But then I learned the lore about how she was like an alien space princess, and I was like, what the heck? We gotta portray this somehow. It sounds really fun. Favorite hub? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I drafted the music for the hub area for Starship ID, and then Bob touched it up later and made it sound really beautiful. And there's so much fun dialogue that happens on the Starship ID. So, like, even though World of Space has fewer levels, it has, like, more dialogue and, like, some really funny character interactions. Huggy, Crony. Yeah, you people have, I'm happy that people have noticed right away that sound effect when she's crashing into the ship. It has the metal pipe at the end. Yeah, actually, the very first version of this cutscene here every single crew member of the Starship ID was present, but we felt that that was overloading the player with too many character introductions at once, especially for those who weren't familiar with Hololive. So we condensed it down to just Eofi and Kobo, and then we had it so that the player would explore the rest of the ship in order to get proper introductions for the rest of the crew. And then I created an achievement for it to further encourage that. Oh yes, that is true, Eps. In the team's Discord server, we have a soundboard with the crony crashing into the ship. Less work for me. I'll take all the glory. I'm completely fine. I love Crony's like smugness in a lot of the dialogue in the Starship ID too. It really gives her a chance to showcase her personality as well. And just the fact that like a lot of the other characters like enjoy teasing her because she reacts so poorly to it. And yeah, and pretty late in development, I also added a thread of time up here, because I noticed some of our testers didn't know that you could climb up here at first, or that you could talk to Sana in the background. So I specifically positioned this thread of time so that you would see like the new prompt and be like, oh, okay, I can talk to Sana. Well. Also, Paige says hi. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I like how people are pleasantly surprised that Ina's on the ship, even though it's a Hololive Indonesia reference. But I figured logically, since like space-time shattering has no like rhyme or reason to it, that would make sense that they might have picked up one of the Hololive girls from the other branches. Plus, you know, Ina and Sana are friends IRL, so I think it's a cool like nod to that. Someone gave Kobo a gun and my job has been a little hectic since. I also really had a lot of fun drawing the furniture in her room to kind of reflect her personality. Like the pillows, for example, are like, they're Ao-chan pillows. Ao-chan, for those who don't know, is the Eldritch tome that she's carrying in her hand. So I think I think it was like a really cute idea to make the pillows like literally just have like Ao-chan printed on them. Yeah, and the drawing tablet too, because she's a very talented artist. And of course you can pet the taco. And of course her room is like very neat and tidy. And then you can compare it to the room that Eofi is sharing with Kobo, and it's a bit more in disarray, but it's still kind of clean. Also, you can hit this. Some people didn't notice that, but I think it's a funny Easter egg. Let me take a sippy. No. Yeah, Kobo's dialogue is so much fun. I also really like Kyla's dialogue. It was really funny to me that when Kyla was streaming the game, she intentionally did not enter the engineering room because she was really shy about her character and her voice lines. But eventually, like you'll get a cutscene later in World of Space where Kyla does make an appearance. So she couldn't avoid herself for long. But I'm really glad that she was willing to contribute voice lines. She did a really good job too. Welcome. Kyla more like blue corny. Oh my gosh, yeah. For those who haven't seen Kyla's stream of the game, during the very first stream, which was I think like a couple days before release, she did like a gag where she colored herself blue and she was pretending to be Crony. And that was really funny because at the start of the game in the Sanctum, there's the whole plot line about there being a Crony imposter. So she read that line and she like completely lost it she was laughing for like 2 minutes straight. That was such a cool coincidence. Yeah, Kyla's like quirk is that like when she laughs, you can't actually hear it, so she has like silent laughs. I still requested like a laugh track from her, regardless, even though it was silent. And she did record the silent laugh, and I do play it when she laughs. Yeah, and I like the lore that I'm not sure how official it is, but I like the implication that Kyla actually forged Crony's swords, and I think she would have forged Time Horse as well, so that's why I went with this dialogue.
What?
You can kind of hear the silent laugh a little bit. It's so cute. Oh my goodness. Wow. Yeah, so we just took that little bit of like lore and like rolled with it. Nah.
Nah.
Nah. A power cell. It comes with free internet too. Yeah, I really wanted to play into her status as a legendary blacksmith. Like, this isn't the kind of game that has experience points or equipment or anything, but if it was, Kyla would definitely be the shopkeeper.
Hello?
She'd be my top choice for being a shopkeeper. Ta-da! And I was very surprised to learn, while I was working on, like, adding Zeta to the game, well, specifically drawing her, I was very surprised to learn that she actually has time travel lore. So there's a bit of dialogue later on in World of Space where she kind of like talks to Crony about like traveling through time, because she can't control it when she travels through time. Like, she's a part of this like secret agency that kind of pulled her to the past from the future. So I was kind of blown away at that. I was like, oh, this is so cool. Oh, right. Yeah, I like how dramatic everybody is on the ship. Like, oh my gosh, we're gonna die. But and then they also like just brush it off as being no big deal. Well, yeah, and this is the part where I think Yofi kind of like touches on why she made the ship and how she was like a princess who wanted to escape an arranged marriage, which is all actually official lore according to Yofi. So that was really cool to kind of like weave into the plot of World of Space. Oh wait, no, I think it's the one after this. Okay. Beep. And then we have the border art with all of Hololive ID. And then Ina. Oopsie. Okay. And so I'm glad that we made it so that buying a border art actually like changes it for you, so that you don't have to necessarily go into the settings to do it. So that way, like, most players will like still experience all of the border artworks. And we just have a basic gradient one that kind of looks like Nintendo Switch, like the Nintendo Switch Online. I like this one too. I like this one enough that like I feel like it's a very like strong choice for being the default. So that's why it's the default. I also really love the Timers one. That's my favorite. To the extent that like the Hollow Indie actually like had like a little bit of a giveaway in order to have like a in order to win a double-sided bookmark. That's a really cool thought. Like, I would be tempted to just like go to like a print shop and order like a couple bookmarks that are like that. That would be so cool. Yeah, I like the timeless one. Oh, and here comes Marine. I really like the way her ship design turned out. We didn't have a particular reference that we were working off of. And I think like at the time, like the whole gimmick with Hosha Marine was that she actually did not do any actual piracy. She just kind of like acted like a pirate just cause. So it was kind of a fun, like it was fun to kind of like twist that and make it so that in this universe she actually is a pirate and not just a pirate, but a space pirate. She kind of has like Risky Boots vibes, you know, from Shantae. Point. Yeah, I liked making the point thing too. Aqua! Hitting him from the back. Yeah, Aqua's whole thing is that, like, her whole gimmick was that, like, she was crazy skilled at, like, FPS games. So, like people would call her Mad Dog Aqua because she was so good at aiming, like, scoped weapons. So, we kind of played into that by making her, like, extremely powerful, but also, like, very self-conscious. So, her power usually doesn't come into play unless she accidentally, like unleashes it. And this part is a bit more of foreshadowing of later parts of the game. Yeah, this is the first big hint that there's something up with Crony in the story. And I also wanted to put a twist on Crony's little mascot, Boros. So the way that Boros looks in the Sanctum Hub, like all tiny like, that's his canon look. So I had the thought that, like, okay, since Crony is dreaming, there's no reason that he has to stay small. So I decided to, you know, like, draw him as a big snake. And to not only draw him as a big snake, but to actually, like, make him talk and be, like, very, like, almost kind of like a mentor of sorts. Like a mentor figure to Crony. I mean, he still has, like, that mentor mindset when he's, like, a tiny snake. But I like to imagine that Crony's the only one who really understands what he's saying most of the time. Because she's used to him. And I remember when Crony was playing the game, she kind of pointed out how, like, uncharacteristic it is of Boros to be so philosophical. So, like, she has a toggle on her model that has Boros appear on her shoulder. And she actually looked over at him and he's like, you're not that philosophical. I can tell she really cares for her baby snake boy. But it goes to show that, like, if you're making like a fan game, like a fan work, like, you don't have to stick to the lore like 100%. Like, just have fun with it. Like, put creative twists on certain elements. And I think stuff like that really helps your fan game stick out compared to others. Especially if it's kind of a twist that, like, makes sense in the context of the setting that you're creating. Yeah, her son, my son. Oh, Sana's so innocent. My goodness. I was like, oh, more friends. I didn't think they'd try to kill you. Yeah, I love that too, Genki. Love that she started to refer to Boros as her son. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't sure how the hub areas were gonna play out and be structured at first when we were writing the original draft of the script. So, like, the fact that Sana is saying interact with the terminal to give her a direction, like, originally there was planned to be like a terminal menu specifically for World of Space where you would kind of like chart your course to the next level. I decided to just like throw the portal there because that was a little too much work for my liking. I know, right, Duplucky? She's so innocent, but she's also so extreme. She's kind of like oblivious to her own strength when she's big. So Boros is Ouroboros? Yeah, Boros is meant to be like the world serpent. But I'm not 100% sure on Crony's lore regarding Boros. Like, because she treats Boros like a child, because he basically is like a little baby boy. But I like to imagine that he's kind of like he's kind of an ageless being, like Crony is as well. So they're both kind of like ageless beings. I think the implication, if I'm not mistaken, is that Boros was a creation of Crony rather than the other way around. I'm not 100% sure on that though. Oh, this cutscene too with Anya is really cute too. A little bit of a timeless weapon moment. Yeah, Anya's whole thing is that, like, she plays a lot of horror games because horror does not faze her at all. So I kind of like played with that with the lore of the game, where like in the game, since she's basically like a Karis given human form, I like to imagine that she's just straight up incapable of feeling fear. Because she was kind of like a weapon made by her master. Can we not gaslight the weapon? Well, let me take a sippy. Yeah. Yeah, that is a good point, Duplucky. Because we have Oro Crony. Oro is the first part of Ouroboros, and then Boros. And together they form Ouroboros. I like that theme naming. And I think I really enjoyed learning about how like the whole like Oro Crony name was actually Crony's idea. Because originally, like, the original concept of her character was that she'd be called Gander Crony, which is a play on, like, Jormungandr, which is another serpent of mythology. But I agree with Crony that does not roll off the tongue as well as Oro.
Hello, Crony.
Hello, Crony. I see what you did there, Genki. A little bit of a Fuomoko nod. I also really like that fan interpretation of Boros as like a human child. And like it kind of reminds me of how like in the lore of Chrono Gear, Boros just changes form to fit his setting. So that's why sometimes he appears as a hitbox rather than a tiny little snake. It could also be that, like, again, the fact that the Graveyard of Swords is just like this surreal dream space, and that's the only reason that he's big there. Oh, Anya. One moment I was playing video games, and the next I'm here. Well. Okay. So, Battleship Aquamarine. This level is really special to me because I feel like it's the first time when making a level for this game that I kind of like understood what the game was trying to be. Like when you're when you're first coming up with a concept for your game, like you're just dealing with like rough ideas and you don't know how it's gonna pan out until you actually like put those ideas down and like start coding the game and stuff. And like when I first started the game, I didn't know if it was gonna be more of a linear affair, if it was gonna be more open-ended like a Metroidvania, if it was gonna be more like Super Mario structured. I didn't know if it was gonna lean more into Sonic or Mega Man. But once I made Battleship Aquamarine, like I feel like this level does a really good job of capturing the essence of what Chrono Gear is about. Between like the really fun, like humorous dialogue and the fact that you're encouraged to just like use your time powers to their full extent to like speed through the level. while still leaving room for exploration. And of course, it ends in a spectacular boss fight. I think it's just like a really nice concentration of what you can expect from the rest of the game, and that's why it is the second like level that you can play in the demo. Feels... You love how it goes all out on spectacle? Yeah, that's a good point. Like, it's a really good early, like, preview of the kind of spectacle that you can expect in later levels. Because so far, like, so far the levels that you play up to this point, assuming that you went through, World of Space as your first pick before nature. Like, beforehand, the levels were, like, pretty, like standard affair, but... Like, this level really ramps up the spectacle. Yeah, and this was also, I think, one of the first, like, tile sets that Strive handled, like, completely by himself. So I think that's another reason why it feels special to me, because like just overall, like, this level was being made at a point in the game where our styles were really coalescing into something cohesive. Like, we got it. Like we knew at this point, like, okay, this is Chrono Gear. This is what we're gonna aim for. Wow. And I really liked making the big cannons and the fact that you can actually destroy them. And again, you can kind of see, like, the inspiration from Meta Knight's Revenge. Like, I really like situations in games where the antagonists or whoever is in the level is kind of, like, reacting to the fact that you're steamrolling everything and they're panicking. It's a really cool, like feeling. Like, it makes you feel strong. It makes you feel like you're doing a good job and that you're, like, controlling this, like, super powerful, like, character. So that's what I wanted for this level. I wanted it to, like... I wanted the feeling that you're playing as this overpowered Time Warden to be, like, especially strong in Battleship Aquamarine. And I think that's, like, a pretty interesting distinction in design philosophies between this game and Silksong. Because they released 8 days apart, so the comparisons were inevitable. Especially with both of them being 2D platformers. I just, like, appreciate the differences. Where Silksong, you're kind of meant to be in survival mode. You're kind of like, you're this little bug and you're, like, trying to get by in, like, an extremely hostile and dangerous world. And the way the game is designed is kind of, like, playing into that feeling. Whereas on the flip side, we have Chrono Gear, where, like, the intention is that you're playing as a character who is purposely overpowered, and the game does what it can to make you feel like an unstoppable force of nature. Or, I suppose in this case, an unstoppable force of time. Like Crony does have, like, her moments of insecurity in this game, but, like, for the most part, like, she's super freaking strong compared to everybody else. And I think the game, like, especially in levels like this, it does a really good job of, like, making you feel how powerful she is. Are there any spiders in Silksong? If I'm not mistaken, the character you play as is, like, part spider. Is that a spoiler? I heard about that somewhere, I'm not sure if it is, but it makes sense because, like, the whole concept of the game is, like, silk. And silk is something that spiders, like, weave. So I guess there are spiders in the game. And the funny thing is, like, specifically for Chrono Gear, I wanted to make it arachnophobia friendly. So there are no spiders in the game that actually, like, physically appear. Plus, I feel like it would have been taking the easy way out in terms of moments that might be a little bit scarier. Like, oh, Crony's afraid of spiders, so why not put her in a situation where she has to deal with spiders? No, it's too easy. I want psychological horror. The closer release to Silksong made you realize how much you prefer this genre over Metroidvanias. Yeah, there's kind of a joke between the team members and I about how we'll never beat the Metroidvania allegations, because so many people look at Chrono Gear, like, the way that the screenshots look and the way that the levels are structured, and they're kind of like, oh, is this a Metroidvania? It's an understandable assumption. But it's just funny because like has none of the hallmarks of a Metroidvania. There's no like item progression. There's no level ups or abilities or anything like that. And there isn't much incentive to backtrack in most of the levels you play. So I would compare it more to like a Mario kind of game in terms of how it's structured. This part, it's just Hosho Marine being Hosho Marine. So yeah, this is our attempt at making sure that she is true to her character. Yeah, classic Marine. This bit killed you? Yeah, one of our team members was saying like the other day about how like this is still their favorite cutscene in the whole game because of how funny it is. Yeah, despite the fact that Marine only appears in this one, like, in the cutscene before this, in this one level, like, even though she has such a brief appearance, like, she makes such an impact. Like, she's such a fun character in this setting. Well, the progression feels very Mario Galaxy or Sunshine or 64, especially with the level select menu. Yeah, exactly. That's why I feel like it's a bit more based on Mario Galaxy, like a 2D Mario Galaxy. Yeah. And of course, Aqua is one of one of the Hololive VTubers that graduated during development. And she went out with a bang. I heard that her graduation concert was like the most viewed live stream ever, like in terms of like VTubing. Absolutely deserved, of course. And I only like recently learned that like everybody calls her Onion because her hairstyle kind of like looks like the layers of an onion. She was holding back. Goodbye. Oh, that makes sense, TZ, about Silk Song. Ba-ba-ba. So yeah, overall, like, the Hosho Pirates is a very special mission for me, just because of how it was kind of a turning point in development, where, like, again, we from that point onward, we knew exactly what we wanted to do with Chrono Gear. Did any of the two promised graduations affect development? I think only in the sense that we couldn't approach them for voice acting anymore. But other than that, thankfully, like it had no impact on our plans. Like we just continued forward because we still felt like their story was worth being told. And you know, it's the whole like backstory behind the game is with like the council, so it would be like extremely weird if it didn't have all 6 members. Well, technically 5, like Irish joined later. Alright, so my water's out. I'm gonna go refill my water and freshen up for a little bit, so we'll take a break for just a couple minutes. Do take this opportunity to take a sippy and stretch if you need it. And I'll be back and we'll play through Hoshinova Castle, which is one of my favorites, once again. Alright, bats. I'm back. And I'm a bat. Thank you for patience. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Oh, you're talking about Hoshinoa Castle? Yeah. Yeah. It was one of the first levels, full levels that we kind of previewed on the Steam page. Okay, so let's check out Hoshinoa Castle. By the way, it's absolutely gorgeous outside right now. I love autumn. It's my favorite season. Like, the weather is just like perfect. The temperature's perfect. The colors are really pretty, and I love the smell of the leaves when they fall on the ground. So good. And the sun is shining right now. I cracked open my window just to get some fresh air in. Alright, on to the final level of World of Space, Hoshinoa Castle. Yeah, spooky month too. Halloween's my favorite holiday too. And Muna! Yeah. Like, I'm not sure if Muna and Luna actually interacted in Hololive, like on a stream or anything. I'm sure they have. But I like the idea of having two, like, lunar-themed, like, Hololive talents, like, being in the same place and interacting with each other. So that's kind of like the thinking behind having them be paired as a part of this mission. You like this song? Yeah, this song I composed as well. So I'm glad that you like it. Ozaraku, thank you so much for subscribing. Wow. Thank you for your support. Castle on the Moon is just a really nice level theme. Yeah, I agree. I really loved putting together the background for this level. Yeah, like, I was the main, like, background artist for the entirety of production. Like, every single background in the game is one that I put together. And it was really fun working with Godot's, like, particle systems and everything. And its animation players as well. Like, like Godot's animation player is very robust, and I used it to very good effect for some of the background effects. In the way that you can skew certain sprites and add, like, filtering effects to them. I took advantage of that specifically for, like, the rings on the planet in the background. And, of course, like, the aurora, like, the green aurora that you see, that is also, like, a particle system. Like, I just had so much fun putting together backgrounds. The backgrounds made of tiles. They're 100% sprites. Like they're on a little bit of a grid, but mostly in terms of positioning. But they're not tiles. You love the one in Cursed Lands? Ah, thank you. I really like that one too. It's one of my favorites. And of course, we have the Lunites. I really love the look of the Lunite mascots. Oh my goodness. I just, like, love the contrast where, like, Luna is just, like, this sweet, innocent little girl who's, like, a princess of the Candy Kingdom. And then her mascots are, like, the most, like, badass ones in, like, the entirety of Hololive. That kind of, like, contrast between cute and badass, it also kind of reminds me of Koseki Bijou, where she similarly has a very cute, like, childlike design, and she's associated with, like, rocks and, like huge Easter Island heads. And she kind of plays into that, too, because she really likes playing, like, action games like Devil May Cry. And she kind of, really, like, she really likes making her lore as toony as possible. So it's a really nice contrast between her, like, her visual appearance and, like, everything else about her. Nice. The jump crawlers act a little bit wonky on corners still. I gotta look into that at some point. But yeah, I think that of the levels in this game, like, Hoshinoa Castle feels the most like it progresses like a Metroidvania. Especially since, like, when you get to the main, like, antechamber, it splits off into two paths. And I think the screenshot of this room in particular kind of, like, I think that's what leads some people to assume that it's a Metroidvania, if they don't know. Also, an Easter egg, if you try to go through the door before it's lit, Crony will say, "But why?" The sound clip's a little quiet, though. I might need to increase the volume. Nice. Yeah, most people don't know it just because the music kind of drowns it out. I really like designing the Dark Lunites, and then one of our pixel artists like did the animation for it. I believe it was Zard. Yeah, Zard animated both the regular Lunites and the Dark Lunites. Yeah, and it was around the time that I was making Hoshinova Castle that I was playing Castlevania Symphony of the Night, so that might have creeped its way in a bit in terms of being a source of inspiration. Actually, wait, no, I was playing Symphony of the Night around the time that I was making Jewel Cyclone. But it was still on my mind at this point. I had not ever played a Castlevania besides the original before then, so it kind of blew me away how good Symphony of the Night was. And it was really cool to see that Mori Calliope streamed it recently. Like, I could tell that she's played it before and it's one of her favorite games, but I guess I didn't get permission to play it on stream until recently. Yeah, this antechamber where it splits off in two. We had to be really careful about how we designed it because there were quite a few cases where players would just climb back up to try to go into the entrance door to see if there was anything else there. So in later levels, what we did was we made it a point to kind of like lock off access to areas that the player has already cleared, and that helps with navigation. Since we otherwise don't have anything like a map system or anything, so we just gotta make sure that the level design is always guiding players at all times. I like how that drop is just tall enough that you don't hear her starting to scream before you slam into it. Oh yeah, Darkmoon, I remember that too. Like when I was playing Symphony for the very first time, I got bored during one of the elevator rides and I started mashing buttons and I learned how to do like Soul Steal as my first spell. And that's apparently one of the hardest button combinations. Yeah, just leave her there. She's napping. Yeah, I love that too. Well, how like when you faceplant in this game, you can just stay there as long as you want. Crony will only get up when you attempt to move. You had such a blast when you played it. Like, I think what really like fascinates me about Symphony of the Night is like you could tell it was like a big like experiment for the developers. Like they had so many like weird ideas and they just decided, okay, we're just gonna add them all. Like who cares? We're just gonna add every weird idea that we have into this game, and it feels just like a big gothic playground, which I am a huge sucker for gothic aesthetics. Nice. You love spatially learning level? You think Zelda Dungeons instilled that in me? Yeah, that's another thing too that I think is worth keeping in mind is like so many games nowadays will go out of the way to make sure that the player is given a lot of good like tools like maps and stuff for properly like scouting out where they need to go next. So we're kind of spoiled nowadays with all the different like features that are given to us to navigate a space. And it's because of that we often forget that sometimes a game doesn't really need that. It just needs to be designed in a way where like players are naturally guided to where they need to go next. And there were times where we came really close, like really, really close to like caving and adding a map in certain levels. But we stuck to our guns and we're continuing to make tweaks to some of the more labyrinthian levels. to make them a bit easier to navigate. Like, we're working on an update to the maze for the next update that, like, makes it easier to tell where the parts are when you use a hint. Okay. Please no maps. Okay. Plus, at this point, it wouldn't really make sense to have, like, to develop an entire system that's only going to be useful in, like, 2 levels in a game that has, like, over 35 levels. Of course, I remember Subspace Emissary, and they kind of caved and added a map for the Great Maze. But I am not a fan of the Great Maze in Brawl. It's mostly because there's nothing new to it. It just recycles content that you already played. Like, if it was a brand new map with, like, new settings based on other, like, Nintendo franchises and it had new bosses and everything, it would be way better. But obviously, I'm assuming they had time constraints. FP laser sound? Oh, you noticed that, didn't you? That was on purpose. Open the door at once. Hold on, let me take a sippy. Yeah, that's the other thing too, Nat, about Subspace. I feel like there was a missed opportunity to have more settings that are, like, directly based on Nintendo franchises. That was the cool thing about Super Smash Bros. Melee's adventure mode, is that all the levels you play through were, you know, you had like an actual Mario level to start with, and then you had an actual, like, Zelda dungeon. Whereas in Subspace Emissary, like, aside from Kid Icarus, all the environments are just kind of, like, generic. Yeah, I would have loved the Melee adventure mode in Ultimate. That would have been so cool, and even in 4, I feel like Smash Run was such a missed opportunity because they put so much effort into designing and coding all of these enemies that appear in different video games, and they just kind of crammed them into a generic environment. So I was like, no! Like, I feel like as the Smash Bros. Series goes on, it has kind of, like, lost its roots as a platform fighter. And Ultimate just feels more like a normal fighting game, and I feel like it severely downplays the platforming element. So it would have been really cool to have, like, more single-player content that was revolved around platforming. It says something that, like, Nick All-Star Brawl 2 has more, like, bespoke platforming in it than Smash Ultimate. Also, I'm pretty happy with how this boss turned out. Like, it took... So this entire level, Hoshinoa Castle, was a joint effort between myself and Chapman Lee. Chapman Lee actually did level design work for Shantae and the Seven Sirens, so that was pretty cool. But him and I kind of, like, bounced ideas back and forth about how we could handle this boss fight and how we could, like lean into the mirror light mechanic for it. Our original idea actually didn't involve, like, moving mirrors, like, in order to shine light on this, like, really, like, huge armored creature, and you'd use the light to kind of, like, burn the armor off of it. But in practice, I feel like that was going to be a bit too complex. So I wanted to go for something simpler, like a fight that, like, was a bit quicker paced. So I went for a smaller boss. And that's when we had the idea to kind of have the beams of light, and you kind of have to expose, like, the shadowy boss in order to damage it. Oh, you wanted World of Light to be more like a second Subspace with more character interactions? Yeah, that would have been so cool. Because they had that cutscene at the start, and it would have been cool to have, like, a whole adventure like that. But I completely understand why that would have, like, taken too much time to develop. Like, their focus was, like, squarely on the multiplayer aspect of the game. But it makes me wonder, like, if they reduced the scope of the next Smash Bros. Game, would that give them room to have an actual story mode? I think that'd be cool. I'd be willing to sacrifice a few characters in order to get some really cool single player content. But who would even make it though? Because it seems like Sakurai is just like not interested in making Smash Bros anymore, which I totally understand because he's been doing it for like over a decade. I'm still really looking forward to the new Kirby Air Riders. Oh my gosh. Like, you can tell how enthusiastic Sakurai is about the project, about being able to have like another like really good take on that game. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I can't wait to play it. I would be very tempted to get a Switch 2 just to play Air Riders, but I might. Well, wait. Like, I guess it depends. I guess it depends on if there's going to be other indie games on it that I'm looking forward to. It'd be really cool if we got this game on it someday. Of course, that's up to staff. Well, I feel like I should get it ahead of time just in case it happens, because I would want a Switch 2 to actually test it on. Oh, Will says, I admire Sakurai's mindset, but yeah, I'm absolutely not jealous of how much Smash he's worked on. Yeah, I know, right? I sympathize with that mindset too. Not necessarily in the context of Sakurai, but I just sympathize with the mindset that sometimes you really need to take a break if you've been working on a franchise for a really long time. And that's part of why I felt really excited about working on something different like Chrono Gear. Because it would give me a chance to just kind of like step away from the Freedom Planet series for a while. Because if I can't put my full heart into a project, my full heart, my full enthusiasm, then I don't start it to begin with. And that also, like, it was part of what made me hesitant to even start Chrono Gear in the first place, because I had the idea for Chrono Gear like almost a half year before I actually committed to it. Because I had so many like doubts about like, okay, like if I make a Hololive fan game, like how's it gonna turn out? Like, well, like, I've never made a fan game before. Like, at that point, Hollow Indie did not exist, so I was under the assumption that if I went through with it, it would be purely for fun. It wouldn't give me any sort of an income or anything. And then I also had, like, self-doubts in terms of, like, how long are these VTubers going to be around? Because there's been, like, one graduation so far on the Eon side. So, considering how long it took to make Freedom Planet 2 what is Hololive gonna look like by the time the project finishes? But at some point, I felt like if I didn't take that shot and make Chrono Gear, I'd spend the rest of my life wondering what would have happened if I did. And I'm really glad that I did, because like through this project, not only have I gained a very high appreciation for Crony and for the other Promise Girls, and all of Hololive in general. And not only have I gotten closer to the Hololive community, but I have made friendships that will genuinely last a lifetime. And it's just like so crazy to think about what would have happened if I didn't start this game. Like so many friends that I just wouldn't have made. Heck, even in just the context of like when I was asking for help, like it's just crazy to think about how if things would have turned out differently if I'd picked a different team than the one that I did. Oh, like it's so strange to think about, but I do believe we are in the best timeline, and I'm glad that I chose who I did, and I'm glad that I brought Zerx on board, because Zerx is like, I think every team needs a guy who knows a guy, and Zerx was the guy who knows a guy. So I think like through Zerx brought in like more than half of the team. So my goodness. It's just so crazy to think about like the circumstances that led to the game being what it is today. Like so much of it feels like it would have turned out so much differently if it had happened like a day later or a day earlier. But like, oh my gosh. I'm so grateful for everybody. I'm grateful for my team. I'm grateful for our fans. But we got the power cell back.
Piece of cake.
Piece of cake.
Crony?
Crony? It's a really inspired and impressive platformer on its merits, fan game or not. Well, thank you so much. Yeah, I guess if Zerx had like a more official title, it would be Team Recruiter. But it also just kind of like reminds me of how like even on when I was working on Freedom Planet, like there's always been like a team member or two that has been like the social butterfly, like the extrovert. Because I'm sort of an introvert, so it's nice to have somebody who is like more willing and like more comfortable with talking to people. So like that's definitely a big help. All right, let's go fight Ganmo. I really love the way that this fight turned out, cause like at this point in development, I was starting to get really worried about how the boss fights were turning out. I was really struggling to come up with a boss that would actually like survive against a skilled crony player for more than like 30 seconds. Cause like solitary arenas were not cutting it anymore. Like I tried that with Armored Rangoon and you just shred it. So my next idea, which is the idea I went with for this fight, is that if since the player is so powerful and since like the combat section of the game was so easy, why not make a boss that is more about platforming than combat? Well, and that plays into what I was talking about before about like composite genres, and about how if you're making an action platformer, you want to have both the combat side and the platforming side complement each other. So I think like this fight is one of the best examples of that in Chrono Gear. Just the way that it weaves the platforming sections into the fighting sections. And I think it really plays to this game's strengths. And I think this game's best boss fights are ones that like understand that concept and really like emphasize like the platforming side of things. And you can do that in several ways. Like you can do that in the sense that the boss just moves around a lot, so you're forced to platform in order to reach them in the first place. You can do it in the sense that you divide the different phases up with platforming sections. You could make the boss so big that you have to kind of like jump on top of it and like do a bit of platforming to even reach its weak points. So there's lots of different ways that you can mix combat and platforming, and that's something very valuable that I learned working on Chrono Gear, because the player character in Chrono Gear is so much stronger than other characters that I've made in past games. Because again, that's intentional. It's supposed to be a power fantasy. You want to feel like you're a super powerful Time Warden. So the way to kind of get around how freaking strong Crony is to force her to go through more effort to actually reach the boss in the first place. Yeah. So yeah, there's this part at the start. We'll tweak this part later on so that there's a trail of notes so that people are, like, they know that they have to go right instead of just continuing to attack Louis. But yeah, it feels really nice to go through each of these mini platforming areas, and then you have to, like, use the warp crystal, and then you're riding on a surfboard in outer space, and it's specifically to ram into the limiter and try and pluck it off of Ganmo's head. Oh yeah, I was on such a roll when designing this boss. Oh my goodness. Like in terms of, I was just like really happy with the way that it turned out. Like when I was thinking about like the whole concept behind it, it sounded like so... It sounded so crazy. Like I was like questioning if I could even like accurately portray what's going on because of how insane it sounds on paper. But I figured out a way to kind of like design it in a way where players kind of understood what was going on. And let it be known that TripTech, the resident speedrunner of the team, one of our chief programmers, who is otherwise very critical of the levels in this game, says that that Gonmo's Grand Finale is his favorite level in the game. So that makes me proud. And it really affirmed to me that was the direction to go with boss fights from here on out. Is that there needs to be like a significant platforming element of each boss fight in order for it to feel like a proper challenge. Because otherwise you're just gonna overlap the boss the whole time with haste and shred it in seconds. There's two ways that you can deal with Louie's bullets. You can stasis, which gives you time to move out of the way, or you could chronicopter in order to block the shot. You love the haha voice clip? Yeah, that was something that I swiped from her stream. Because there's a lot of talents in this game, so I was a bit shy about approaching some of them, especially the JP talents because of the language barrier. But I did muster up the courage to like send in a formal request to Laplace for her to record lines, and thankfully she accepted. And I'm like low-key, like the talent I was most nervous about in terms of how they would receive the game is Laplace. Which, if you're familiar with Hololive, that might seem kind of strange because Laplace is such like, she's so silly. But I really was nervous about it because her character is portrayed in such a different way than she portrays herself on streams. So like I kept asking myself, okay, is she gonna like the creative differences? But I think what reassured me is just the fact that like there's two Laplaces in the game. There's the alter Laplace, and then there's the main Laplace that appears later on. So like even if it takes people a while to get used to how alter Laplace acts and how different she is from the Laplace we know, the Laplace we know still makes an appearance. And with Alter Laplace, the reason she's tall is mostly because I needed a really strong visual indicator that would allow you to separate the two. And I felt like height was just the simplest way of doing that. So you look at Alter Laplace and you're like, oh, okay, this Laplace is supposed to be very different. There are two Laplace inside of you. Laply, if you will. Yeah, and I remember, like, before the game came out, anytime there was promotional material that Holo Indie posted about Alter Laplace, I kept seeing comments about, like I can't take her seriously. Like, why is she being serious? Little do they know. Then once the game came out, I'm happy to hear that, like, after the initial adjustment period, like, people, like, got a kick out of Alter Laplace. So that was validating. Plus the sheer fact that Laplace even accepted the offer to the invitation to voice act to begin with, it meant a lot to me. Like even if she doesn't play the game or just plays it offline, I'm still very honored that she could be a part of it because I really like her. Like it's very obvious that she works very hard. Oh, yeah, Genki, like, just a few weeks before release was the whole thing with Laplace, like fangirling over Crony and Narissa. And then, of course, predictably, people made jokes about that. So yeah. Yeah, that's how you can tell that the story was, like, figured out a couple years ago. Yeah, this part... I'm really glad how much this part meant to people in Hololive who were familiar with Sana. And it just goes to show, like, even in the form of like a fictional character, like these characters can still mean something to people. Yeah. Prisoner. Secretly have time travel. It's funny you mention that. I feel like there's other parts of the story that almost feel like they were predicting what would happen later. later in Hololive. I can't think of a specific example, but there were a few instances. Right, Time Horse. Time Horse is one example because, like, who could have predicted that Uma Musume Pretty Derby would be a thing that all the Hololive talents are playing? And, so it was really funny to see, like, Uma Musume memes about Time Horse. Also, yeah, I loved Crony's reaction to, like, the mini games, like the fishing and the power washing. Like, out of everything in her stream, like, those moments probably were the most special to me. Cause like she's the kind of person where you can kind of tell it. Like, I guess it's a thing for everybody, but like you can kind of tell when somebody is smiling just because of the way that they talk. So like you could tell like she was just like grinning ear to ear when playing both of those mini games. Oh, thank you, Leviathan. Thank you so much for subscribing. Thank you for your support. Oh, yes, Cobalt. That is also an example, that sapling dialogue. I know which one you're talking about. That was, that dialogue was obviously written, like, well before Fauna graduated. And, suffice to say, it aged quite poorly. But I think, in my opinion, it aged so poorly that it wrapped around to being funny. So that's why I decided not to change it. Also, yeah, now that Sana is fixed, Muna appears up here instead. Yeah, it's hard. I was honestly really scared about what the reaction would be when the Hololive talents got to that part and read the dialogue out loud. Thankfully, it wasn't as big of a deal as other moments in the game regarding the graduates, like with the Sana hug and stuff, but still. I'm the producer, it's my job to worry. Thank you for making this game. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, all. I really appreciate it. Yeah, the process of making this game was an experience that I'll treasure forever. It's completely changed the way that I think about making games in a positive way. Yeah, it wasn't intentional. I could see why it maybe would be construed as being intentional, which is why I considered changing it. But I think it's been long enough since the game came out that it's probably not a big deal. Okay, next up, World of Nature. Oh, before that, we finally get an introduction for our main villain. Yeah, I agree, Genki. That's what makes it okay, is because like Fauna reacted to it, like in game. She still hasn't recovered from our battle. None of them have. I really enjoyed rotoscoping this cutscene. Just introducing her as this mysterious threat. And the laugh at the end, that was recorded specifically for the game. I loved how, like, so basically for Laplace's script that we sent her, we separated it into two parts, like one for Alter Laplace and one for Prime Laplace. So the distinction was clear, and I'm really, it makes me really happy that she really like leaned into the Chuny side for Alter Laplace. Yeah. Okay, I got one more hour. I could probably get through World of Nature. Yeah, the LOL next to Veils, because she doesn't consider Veils a threat. Little does she know, Veils will prove her worth later on. Konfana. This Konfana was swiped from a stream. It was not recorded for the game, because she had graduated by the time that we added her vocals in. You really are going to help me. That's so nice of you. Oh, yeah, Genki, you noticed. Again, during Laplas's terminal, it mentions the cube, the council cube, right from the very beginning, before they debuted. It's really funny to me that they just threw that in, and then not even the Promise members know what that was supposed to be about. So I decided to just like toss in like a reference or two for the mysterious cube that never went anywhere. Also, Jeremy composed this song. Jeremy was really fun to work with. Well, and for those who don't know, that was made in an RPG Maker called Counselor's RPG. That was actually like a really strong motivator for me to start Chrono Gear. Like, Counselor's RPG was actually like a fan game made like well before Holo Indie, and all of the active Promise members at the time streamed it. Because at the time it was such like a novel thing for somebody to make a fan game based on Hololive Promise. So that was a really sweet moment where everybody came together in support of like the fan community. And I actually did like invite Kepi to the Chrono Gear team as a tester too, and we had some pretty heartfelt conversations, especially when I was like starting to like have self-doubts about like the presence of the graduated talents. Like, there were a couple moments where I just got like really scared and self-conscious, and Kepi being there and kind of reassuring me that everything was going to be okay and that people were going to just like feel the heart that we put into the story. It meant a lot to me. So yeah, I'm really thankful to Kepi for putting his heart into Counselor's RPG. It's a simple game, but you could tell it was made with heart. And of course, the Clipper enemies in this level, they are lifted from Counselor's RPG with Kepi's permission, so thank you for that. There's another enemy later on in Cursed Lands called the Cursed Balloon that was also originally from Counselor's RPG. Maybe you'll play it someday too. Yeah, it's free. It's a free download on itch.io. It's a very standard like RPG Maker style RPG, but like if you like read through like the dialogue in the story, you can kind of tell like what the personality of the girls are like. Yeah, we made the secret area like more visible. So that way when you switch to summer, you can kind of like remember where that was, and then getting the thread in this level should be a bit less of a headache. This level actually went through a pretty drastic change in the middle of development. Originally, the route was that you would go to the top, and then it would kind of like loop you back around to the base, and then from the base you would have to scale it when the tree grew and it became nighttime. Which, of course, that was a pretty confusing layout, so what we did instead was we made it so that the tree is cut down halfway, and you just get to the top of the halfway point here, and then once you're here, you keep going. So it took a little bit of thinking. It took a bit of like collaboration between myself, Will, and Chapman. Just like talking about ideas before we settled on the current version. Nice. Yeah, and a pretty late addition too was I drew originally like the glowy part of the tree back there. Originally it wasn't there. But later in development, I was kind of thinking to myself, it doesn't really feel like you're scaling the world tree. So later on, I went ahead and added those like glowy branches in the back. So now it feels like there's like a huge tree back there. Oh, hello there, Gloop Gloop Queen. What's the name of this game? Looks kind of neat. Oh, this is a game. This is a Hololive fan game that has been recently released on Steam. It's called Chrono Gear Warden of Time. Thank you for playing the other day, though. I appreciate it. Okay, so this is an interesting room. Like I was a bit worried that it would be a little unintuitive, but I'm pleasantly surprised at how quickly people like kind of get what the deal is. Of course it rocked. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. I really enjoyed like seeing your reactions to things too. I don't know why Crony pauses there for a split second. Like, we've never been able to figure out what the dealio is with that. We just figured we'd throw in a dive tutorial here. Whatever. I feel like there maybe could have been a better spot for it, but better late than never. Because it's otherwise the only like ability that is not outright like explained or intuited. Yeah, I know, right? Well, we have no idea what it's about and we'll never know. Yeah, I guess we didn't add it to the first... We didn't add it to the main tutorial just because we were a little bit worried about overloading players with information that early. So... I might even wager that we should save like ledge clambering for somewhere else, or like dropping through platforms, those sorts of things. But we do want to touch up the tutorial at least once, at some point. I really enjoyed putting this cutscene together, especially like the close up where she's pouring the tea. I'm quite proud of how that turned out. Oh, yeah, and the Steam coming up. Also, Zerx composed this song. Such a sweet moment. Is triple jumping going into this tutorial? No, I think that's best left as an Easter egg. Because the game never requires you to use it at any point. I feel like the focus of the tutorial should be on stuff that you generally need to know in order to get through the game. You could use it to cancel the drill dash. Oh yeah, the drill dive, I think it's called the DDC, the drill dive cancel. Yeah, that is quite the interesting speedrunning trick. It was kind of half coincidence and the other half was just kind of leaning into it. Yeah, I'm still a little bit fuzzy. I'm still a little bit sloppy on my DDCs, but basically the way it works is like you do that. And then it makes you go much faster than if you were to sprint normally. Yeah. It feels cool to pull off, and it requires skill, so that's why we kept it in. I'm better at this than I thought. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it feels pretty intuitive once you actually like get it down. It's just that the tricky part is actually like getting the timing down. And this is, I guess it's the fastest way to just move forward, even faster than sprinting or like using haste. So fun to chain it. You fixed the bug that made it unchainable when done too close to the ground. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Oh, yeah, I've seen people do that too, or they'll DDC and then they'll cancel it with a sword slash, so that they're not stuck in the chronicopter animation. And this is the part where she kind of explains where the jade apples are from. This is the set of lines that has aged quite poorly for some people, but I will say, of course, it goes without saying that, like, it is never our intention to hurt anybody. So if there happens to be like a line of dialogue that just like hits too close to home after like future events transpire, then of course I would put serious consideration into changing it. I mean, you never know what the future's gonna hold, and I'm sure things will work out. Kitty! Well, and I got the achievement for petting all 3 pets. And of course, the fishing rod. I liked writing the dialogue for this part too. Couldn't help but notice that you have a fishing rod that's currently not being used. Yes? Would you theoretically be willing to lend this device to a responsible time warden? Of course, my dearest crony. Feel free to borrow my fishing rod as long as you need. Thank you. Yeah. My original idea for the fishing rod actually was that it would not only allow you to fish in the Magic Resort, but in other places. Like you could maybe fish off the edge of the Starship ID and go starfishing. But I felt like that removed the uniqueness of the Magic Resort, so the fishing is specifically in this hub area. Alright, wait for a bite. Oh yeah, also, like, we realized, like, shortly after release that, my first fish is a hope soda. Yeah, we realized pretty quickly after release that, the odds were not in people's favors to get the achievement to catch all the species. So, like, eventually I figured out how to weight the odds so that, like, every 3rd fish that you catch will always be a species that you haven't caught yet. And, like, that did a lot for keeping the pace along. Because one of my like signature like I guess my signature style with making games is I try to make games that don't waste your time. Like there's no like grinding for levels, there's no grinding for resources. Very little content in my games tends to repeat itself. And like I definitely wanted to avoid that issue with the fishing minigame as well, which is why I like weighted the odds after release. Why is that visible? Okay. Whatever. Yeah, I guess my desire to not waste players' time comes from, like, I had a really bad MMO addiction when I was in college, and it almost cost me my grades, so to ensure that that never happened again, I vowed from that moment onwards after I got out of that rut. I vowed to never make games like that. So that's why it's extremely unlikely for me to make a game that like has MMO elements or gacha or like microtransactions. Because I know what it's like to kind of like fall prey to those sorts of gimmicks, and I do not wish that on anybody else. If somebody's gonna spend a lot of time on my game, it's gonna be in a way where they're constantly experiencing new things, and like the time that they spend is meaningful. 1.0 fishing was fun for being in the zone. Yeah, I could see that too. There's still kind of that element with the crowns. Like if you look at the bulletin board, there's a chance that the fish that you catch will be extremely large or extremely small. And that will cause little crowns to appear next to the records. So if you feel like playing a game a chance, you can continue to fish to get like gold crowns in both categories. The crowns are a Monster Hunter reference? Yes. It was TripTech's idea, which makes sense because TripTech is like a very big Monster Hunter fan. So, yeah, see right there, I got a silver crown trout. So it is very big. And then there's a crown above that for like the absolute biggest you can get. And it's all chance. So that's just a little something to make up for the fact that you catch all the species so quickly. Also, you can use your time powers if that makes things easier. Like, not many people catch on to that because it's not explained, but I kind of like it as a sort of Easter egg for players who kind of experiment. Also, if you try to use haste here... But haste is actually very useful while you're pulling the fish in because it adds a magnet effect to your cursor, which is especially useful if you're playing on keyboard, because otherwise I think catching the fish on keyboard is quite a bit more difficult. Oh my gosh, what a tiny salmon. I'm surprised that's not a tiny crown. I bet it's just like 5 points away from being tiny crown. Oh, it's so small. Thank you, salmon. Choo. One of your favorite jokes in the game. Oh, thank you. I was just like thinking about like when you cast your line in the water, would using the time powers have any practical use? I couldn't think of one. So I just like made haste show that Crony is waiting faster. Nice. Pleasantly surprised that we switched to Godot. Yeah, like I had already been switching over to Godot prior to the whole like Unity situation. But of course I'm glad I did because like it took me a little bit to get used to the node system in Godot. But once it clicked for me, like it feels so intuitive to just like have every single thing in the game be a reference. So I'm very happy with Godot. I will continue to use it for the foreseeable future. Oh, this is a fast boy. There we go. Carp. What the carp? There we go. I think I'm just missing like a couple more species. Okay, there's one. I think that's the eel. Yeah, like weighting the odds also is... Oh, yes! I got a tiny crown eel. Look how small it is. It's like a worm. But yeah, like another reason I wanted to weight the odds too is because like just in case players like don't successfully reel in the fish, then they'll have to wait like way longer to get another attempt in. Face. So many daces. Oh gosh, I bet that's the pike. I get nervous when they're that big, because they're already hard when they're tiny. But since we know to use the time powers, it should be no big deal. Oh, come on. Oh, I got Tiny Crown Bream. Okay, I'm not taking any chances. Whoa, okay, wait, that was a silver crown eel. Whoa, I haven't caught an eel that big before. Yeah, I like the tiny ones, because they're so, like, comically small. Some of them you can't even see. Ugh. Come on, I see you, pike. Okay. Let's go! We got them all. Awesome! Heck yeah. Yeah, I think I got time for like one more level before I gotta dip. Let's do Autumn Harvest. Maybe 2 more levels, because Autumn Harvest is pretty short. Ah, I love the autumn vibes. So this level almost didn't make it in. Like... Because again, like for the similar reasons as like Carnival Railway, I was wanting to condense all 4 seasons into one level, but that would have made the first World Tree level too long. So I was kind of stuck in a dilemma because we had already composed 2 beautiful music tracks for Autumn and Winter. But even with that in mind, like I almost didn't make the second mission. The one thing that saved it was because one of our other level designers, Ariety, was willing to pick it up for me. And at that point, I had only made Autumn. So Ariety finished the level by making the winter sections, and I'm very proud of her work. I think Winter actually saves this mission for me. So like even though there's not really anything going on story-wise, and it's one of the few missions that you can outright skip and still get the true ending, even with that in mind, I still think it's earned its place. Wait, we don't have a codex entry for the Elfriends? Oh, that's an oversight. I'll be sure to make one for a future update, if I remember. But yeah, this is a super relaxing and very easy hunting mission. It's the easiest hunting mission in the game. So I like how it kind of acts as like a sneak preview into what you'll do later on in a couple other levels. Yeah, originally I did not have the radar thing that's showing you where you're supposed to go. And understandably, like, testers got, like, really lost after they got all the nuts. They didn't know where to go, because the tree at the base does not look interactable in any way. It looks like scenery. But now we have the radar to kind of, like, tell them, like, oh, okay, you can do something here. Alright. Yeah, I like the music in Winter too. Yeah, I did help by coding the snow blocks and the snowman SSRPs. But other than that, I just left it to Ariety. But I really like how these make you bounce up. It makes the gimmick like quite fun to interact with. The Rod of the Four Seasons? Oh, I understood that reference. Yeah, okay, so, like, in Ariadne's original draft, there were just SSRB enemies, like the bomb enemies. They would just, like, stand in place and do nothing except blow up. So I decided to be a little bit cute with it and, like, turn them into, like, snowmen. The snow blocks are a fun mechanic. They set this level apart as well, as it doesn't come back in any other level. Yeah, I agree. It just plays into the fact that, like, I do my best to make sure that every level has their claim to fame, has their unique thing going on. And that's what makes those levels, like, stick out, and it really makes it so that there's not really any filler in this game. And if there is, it doesn't feel like it. Yeah, I love the upward momentum, and there's a part coming up where you're encouraged to, like, drill dash through a horizontal line of them, and it feels so awesome. I think it's in this room. Come on. Okay. Yeah, this part. Woo! It would've been cool to have more sections like that, but at this point I felt like the level was a pretty good length. Ba 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 ba. Let's go! This game's biggest strength on a gameplay level, you kept getting surprised how every level had something new. Yeah, exactly. That's something that I always aspire to as a game developer. To make sure that there's always, like, new surprises around the next corner.
Right on time.
Right on time. Okay, yeah, that was a short level. Let's do another one. Skytops! So this level kind of, like, had more going on plot-wise than the original draft. Like, Flare mentions,
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa. I love that. Yeah, Flare mentions Shiranui Kensetsu. They were actually supposed to, like, appear in person. But, like, again, I feel like we were, like, overscoping a little bit. Because, like, after they appear once, they never would have appeared, like, again in the whole plot. So we specifically kept it to just Flare to keep things focused. And that plays into the final boss fight of the World of Nature, because during that final boss fight, other friends that Crony has made throughout nature are, like, contributing. And, like, it's already 3 characters. If we had, like, 6 or 7, it would have been, like, way, way too chaotic. So yeah, it's just an example of how, like, as much as we would have loved to have every talent make an appearance, like, it isn't, like, feasible for like, the scope of the game. A great surprise to see Flare here. You appreciate the fact that you highlight talents who do not especially have the recognition they deserve instead of showcasing the most well-known ones. Yeah, exactly! Because there's a handful of talents like Gargura and Sakuramiko and all them, who are very popular choices for fan games. But I didn't want to necessarily pick characters to appear in the game based on their popularity. I wanted to pick them based on whether they, like, fit in well with the setting that we were creating. So that's why I really enjoyed, like, that's one of the reasons I really enjoyed, like, working, like, making the Starship ID and all the ID talents that appear there. So, like, you see all, like, because it gives an opportunity for these characters to interact in a way that you've never really seen before in a fan game. So yeah, I would highly recommend that line of thinking for other fan game developers. Like, don't necessarily use popularity as your like main factor when deciding which talents to include. Just play around with it, like go a little crazy. See what kinds of strange and lovely situations you can put the talents in with different, like, combinations of them. Yeah, plus that was another big factor for me, just like picking talents that fit the theming and aesthetic of the levels. That was especially the case for Hoshinova Castle. Like again, like Hololive has Muna and Luna, which are both like talents that have lunar theming in their names. So I felt like, yeah, let's have a moon castle and have 2 moon-themed VTubers appear in it.
Flower.
Flower. Okay, this little alcove is specifically based on the Council Cave, which was a thing in one of the Council's first Minecraft streams together, where they just like, they just carved a hole in the cave and put a bed and a flower there. And Crony's accent, the way that she said flower, caused Mume to start laughing really hard. So that became like a little special moment for everybody who was there watching Council in the early days. It's kind of funny to think about how Skytops, like out of anything, like has like most of its references are based on the Hololive Minecraft streams. The Minecraft colored bed made it instantly recognizable. Yeah, exactly. Flower. Something that I kind of like do instinctively now is like when I chronicopter, I immediately cancel it with a sword swipe, just so that I fall faster. You didn't understand the flower ref at all? That's okay. I've noticed that for people who play the game who are not familiar with Hololive, they still get a chuckle out of the flower moment because like it's just like a funny little side thing, and the fact that Crony has bespoke like voice lines for it also makes it really funny. Well, you still like the beta voice line too? The beta voice line was taken from the Minecraft stream, and unfortunately I felt like the audio quality was not, like, it didn't, like, really fit. Like, I liked the way it sounded, but, like, I felt like it would, like, just make more sense to use the clip that Crony, like, specifically recorded for us. Oh yeah, now that you mentioned this, Sonic fan, that was a thing too with Lilac and Freedom Planet 2, where like both Crony and Lilac have floaty double jumps that I instinctively like cancel with an attack to fall faster. That's interesting. That's an interesting thought. Also, the Geode Golem gets my vote for being the most useless enemy in the game, because it's so slow, you can skip it very easily. And its attack has enough windup that it usually is never really a problem by the time that you're out of range. I've still seen people fight it, but like, it has just enough health that in most cases it's just not worth it to take the extra time. But they're trying their best, and I still have a soft spot for the design. Just my big useless boy. Well. Okay. At the very least, you're incentivized to defeat at least one of each enemy for the codex. So there's that. Oh, originally during this final ascend, there were not these like gong attached platforms. Originally, it did not have them, so the problem with that is that if you messed up the jump and you expired all the platforms like this, there would be no way back up unless you backtracked. So Will had the idea to add these gongs attached to the crystal platforms, and they just permanently stay. So that way it gives you a quick way back up instead of having to backtrack. Okay, I do like the optional thread here. It makes you think. Bit of a mini platforming puzzle. Yeah, that's something else too that so fun fact, like for most of development, attacking enemies and objects would not pop Crony up a little bit like it does in the final. And Holland staff actually sent early review copies to a few journalists one journalist in particular notched us the point because air attacks were so unsatisfying to use. Because Chrono would fall like a rock, so you'd only be able to hit stuff like once or twice. That really got us thinking. Like ideally, it's not really a good idea to send copies that early on in production to like reviewers. However, I'm grateful they did that because of that one review that pointed that out. It completely like changed the way we approached like air combat in this game. And from that point on, like, we implemented, like, not only for enemies to bounce you upwards when you hit them, but other gimmicks as well. And not only does it help you recover in case you, like, hit something from underneath, but it leads to several very cool situations where, like, an enemy will be positioned, or a gimmick will be positioned in a way where attacking it sends you where you need to go. So it's, once again, a really good, like combining of the combat and platforming sides of the game. Like, that one review that we got, like, I think the changes to air bouncing that we made after that, it legitimately brought the game up from, like, a 7.5 out of 10 to, like, an 8.5 out of 10. Or, like, an 8 to a 9, depending on your perspective. Like, sometimes the smallest tweaks can just, like, completely transform the way a game feels, and that was one example I can think of. Title Camp is a bit on the lengthy side, so, I guess I could play through the rest of Nature, actually. Well, I'll just make sure to speed through this. I think out of all the levels in the game, admittedly Title Camp is the one that I don't, like, feel the least enthused to replay. Because I think it's just, like, a little bit too long for the fact that it doesn't really switch up its environment. Thankfully, a lot of people disagree on that. But I think if there's any level that I would actually reduce the length of, then it would probably be this one. I am, however, very proud of not only the fact that this is one of the few levels outside of World of Time that I made the tile set for, but I'm really proud of the tidal wave. It looks so good. And I'm still kind of flabbergasted that I managed to pull it off, but I was just looking at, like, photographs of tidal waves, and I was, like, thinking about how I could pull off that look with like, stenciling and particle effects. And I remember sharing a video of it on the Godot subreddit, and that single-handedly gave me enough karma points to actually, like, join the Hololive subreddit, because they lock it behind a certain amount of karma before you can post there. But yeah, that tidal wave is just so, feels so nice. I'll see you later, Apps. Yeah, the rotating rocks are a really good way to pick up speed if you time your jump correctly. Okay, that was weird. Yeah, originally when I first made this, the graphics for this level, it took place during the daytime instead of at sunset. Yeah, I kind of felt like the daytime was a little bit, like, generic. And again, it did kind of remind me of a beach level from an earlier game project, so I switched it over to sunset. I can't remember if I did that of my own volition or if it was something that Edge Drive suggested. Well, but I also think it adds some nice, like, color contrast between the surface and the underwater portions. I think if I were to add more visual variety to this level, this specific, like, cave area around here, I would probably, like, make it completely indoors and give it kind of like an aqua blue color palette. So you feel like you're inside, like a watery cave. And then once you exit, you'll have a better idea of where you are in the level, how close you are to the end. sweet stasis guard. What? Okay. That's never happened. It's really funny though. I'm also kind of wondering if maybe we need to increase the hitbox to catch these handlebars. Because it can be a little tricky sometimes. The tricky part with that, of course, is that like if the hitbox is too large, then like the snapping to the position is more obvious. So I don't know. You thought you suggested it in an attempt to make the level stand out more? Oh, yeah, that makes sense. But I think otherwise the sky would have been pretty similar to Belltown. Yeah. I got through that pretty quickly. Making it half cave will only increase the tidal gate comparison? Maybe not necessarily, because the cave in tidal gate is dark colored.
Right on time.
You think what we could do for additional variety is to increase the portion of the level that is cave? That is true. That's true. Depths of Atlantis. This one is really special to me. The main reason for that, of course, is the music, because it's another song that Wonder Riku worked on. And Wonder Riku has actually, like, made, like, officially composed music for Gargura. So that was once again, like, a very special moment. And that it's the first song that he made that really, like, leaned into the EDM percussion. So it gives, like, a nice, like, sense of pace to the song, while still being, like, atmospheric and chill. Also, I composed this mix of Pekara's BGM. Well, it's a Dova Syndrome track. It's a Dova Syndrome track, which is open source, but still, it's associated with her. Ultra beautiful Kira Pekka sub. Yeah, I figured Pekora would make sense to be in World of Nature because, you know, bunnies are a part of nature. Yeah, Wonder Riku's songs really do feel like they take you on a journey. What is that seam there? I've tried a few different things to try and get rid of it, but I don't know what the dealio is. Yeah. Like right off the bat, like Wonder Riku's track really like sets the stage for this level, and I really enjoyed making the seaweed here. Like it's basically like a line renderer in Godot, and it's like it has a script attached to it that makes it like wave a little bit in the water. And I really like the way the dash bubbles turned out. They were kind of inspired by like the second level in Celeste, you know, those space zones that you dash through. But they give you more control over your direction. Yeah, like the song is really good. The dash bubble mechanic is something that we like take advantage of to its full extent. The tile set is really beautiful, especially once you start entering like the city of Atlantis. And I like how Edge Drive combined the Atlantis tiles with construction tiles as kind of like a nod to the fact that like Gura was making Atlantis in Minecraft, but decided to not finish it. So that's a nice little like lore drop. And just the fact that the level is like so open but still very easy to explore, it really like makes you feel like you're exploring the depths of Atlantis. And like the music, oh, it just has this like this feeling of nostalgia to it, like you're like almost like you're saying goodbye to the first act of the story. And especially if you choose World of Nature after World of Space, it really is like the last level where things are relatively like silly and innocent before like the stuff in the intermission happens. And of course after that some silly stuff still happens, but like the song just feels like a very like pleasant farewell. And like the first time that Riku showed it off in the team's Discord, we all, like a bunch of us listened to it at the same time for the first time. Like, there were waterworks, oh my goodness. And if I'm not mistaken, Wonderiku was actually inspired by one of the locations in Final Fantasy XIV. I can't remember which one specifically, but I think it was an aquatic environment. You feel like this is the perfect ending of Act 1. Act 2 is still silly, but it has more difficult levels and more serious vibes. And then Act 3 is just like pure tears, I know. I'm really looking forward to talking about that section of the game too, in a later stream. I'm definitely going to be streaming this tomorrow at the same time. And I'm guessing tomorrow we'll at least be able to finish the initial 5 worlds. Because we're making a pretty good pace. We have completed 3... Well, by the time I finish today, we'll have completed 3 worlds. So I guess we'll see. Maybe if I like keep up the pace during Civ and Chaos tomorrow, I could actually get through the rest of the game. Because I did admittedly pause a few times today to like discuss a few things in more detail. Act 3 was an amazing surprise. I'm very glad to hear that. Like, we weren't really sure how people were gonna react to it. And like, the game doesn't really like provide like an accurate clue as to how much more of the game happens after Civ and Chaos are done. But I'm very glad it's like a pleasant surprise, and that people are just like at that point people are just chomping at the bit to play more of the game. So the fact that it throws like another, like, essentially a 6th world at you. Yeah. And I truly feel like I'll talk about this more tomorrow, but I truly feel like what happens in Act 3 like elevates the game from something that you'll enjoy for a couple days and then forget about like a week later into something that a lot of people will remember for a very long time. Oh yeah, the skip bug. That almost gave me like a heart attack. Oh my gosh. I felt my heart caving in my chest once somebody reported that issue happening. So like apparently, like, if you go into World 6 and you quit during the opening cutscene, once you return to it, it will have completely skipped the entire world. So I was like panicking. I immediately went into the game and like worked for the next like hour or so figuring out what I was gonna do to fix it, and thankfully we got a fix in place. Yeah, now that you mention it, it does kind of remind me of like the trip to Perusa in Freedom Planet 2. Like, not a lot of people were expecting to have an entire second continent worth of levels. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, foolishly foolish fool. Can I just call you FFF? Or... Okay, well, trying to think of other nicknames. Maybe 3F. Reminds you of one of the level skips from FP1. Oh yeah, I remember that. That's still a thing in the final release. Well, thankfully it's like you have to know what you're doing to pull to trigger the glitch, so it's not a big deal. Just full is good? Okay. That's good to know, thank you. Yeah, Mordian, since you mentioned that, like, you're like, okay, beat it in 4 hours, but then you're there for the next 6 hours. That you mentioned that, and it's really fascinating to me, and like flattering in a way, that I've watched people stream the game, and they're on like the last of the 5 main worlds, and they're like, oh, I guess I'll probably finish it tonight. Or like, oh, I'll just leave after, I'll just dip out after, after finishing this last world, save the finale for later. And they're so engrossed in the way that the story goes that they end up like playing for way longer than they originally intended. That even happened with Kyla. Like she needed to pick up Papa Ella from the airport, but she was so like engrossed in the last stretch of the game, that she held it off for a bit longer. Which I was like, no, go pick up Papa Ella. Like, it's flattering, but please take care of yourself first. But I'm really glad about that. That the game is like so engaging to people who stream it that they're willing to make an exception for us. I know, right, Edge? I still can't believe she did that. I know, right? It ended up being okay because like she was planning on taking some time to stop and eat on the way. So she just decided to wait on eating until after she picked him up, I guess. I kind of get like an inkling of a feeling that maybe that was what happened with Crony too. Like the week that she was playing the game, like the second week she was playing the game, she had slotted two stream days to finish up Chrono Gear. But I think she was so engaged with the story during the first day that week that she just decided to play through the rest of the game at that point. And it's really cool to me, like the timing of this game's release being 8 days away from Silksong, and both Silksong and Chrono Gear were games that Crony was very much looking forward to play for several years. And they both came out 8 days apart from each other in the year of the snake. It's like fate, you know? I just got a kick out of the coincidence. And there was a whole thing about like Silksong like suddenly announcing its release date in September 4th, I think. There was a whole thing about other indie developers kind of panicking and pushing the release dates out. Like, we personally felt that 8 days was going to be enough. Like after 8 days of Silksong being out, enough people would kind of like get their Silksong fix for it to not really be an issue. Thankfully, that was the case. That where the two games are distinct enough that they both found their own audiences, even though they were pretty close together, release-wise. But I still do completely understand why other indie developers decided to postpone their release dates. I really like this this cutscene too, like big Looney Tunes energy from Pekora. Expedition. Almost had a shark attack. Gizmo Gadget Doohickey. I'm really proud of the fake out here too. I don't know what it is, but like in all my games I tend to have a moment where like there's like a victory fake out. I just had to do some goofy little flourish instead of just taking it. I don't want to hear it. Chloe's companion doesn't have... Oh, right. Chloe's weird dog. Could add codex for them. Since I want to at some point add one for Elfriends. The faces of her little mascots. And Usagi. Yeah, I had a kick out of like adding unique sound effects for each character's like dialogue text. I think my favorite one is Ame having the typewriter. So this boss fight, you can cheese really bad if you just alternate between haste and stasis. So stop her with stasis, then go into haste to catch up with her. and she can go down really fast if you know what you're doing. Like, like less than 20 seconds. Last I checked from the speedrunners. Oh my gosh! Is that you, Mike? Hi, Spacey. Hi, everybody. Catching the YouTube stream late on my lunch break. Hope all is good. Thank you so much, Mike. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your support. Can't run away anymore. Surrender the golden gear. And then Chloe just... Chloe is Chloe. Well... Yeah, that was certainly a fight. It's nice to have a fight that, like, if you know the strategy, you can get it over with pretty quickly. Those tens of, like, shorter levels tend to be the most interesting to speedrun. Because the punishment for restarting is not as severe as some of the longer ones. That's something that I've noticed. Like, you think of games like Neon White, for example. That Neon White is a very, like, approachable game in terms of speedrunning, to where even casual players can, like, speedrun and go for, like, top times. Because the levels, like, generally, like, take less than a minute to clear. So it's all about just, like, repeating it over and over to, like memorize the optimal layout. A trampoline reacting to her sprite landing. Oh, yeah, you did notice that, didn't you? Like, some of the gimmicks in this game will actually, like, react to other physics objects besides the player. So that leads to some pretty interesting situations in some cases, where an enemy will, like, jump on a spring, or get pushed by wind. And we take advantage of it in some, like, a few different places. But I try not to rely on it too much, because, like, like manipulating physics objects like that doesn't always do what you expect it to. So for the most part, like, it's mostly just a fun side effect rather than something that's required. Almost everybody that I've seen that gets to this part is like, is that a dark fountain? I see it now, but when I first made this cutscene, I had not played Deltarune yet. Is that a dark fountain? The stage is so reminiscent of Title Gate. Yeah, that kind of is.
Excellent.
The funny thing is that, like, Arietti worked on Title Gate, and Arietti also came back to work on Winter World Tree. The Pogo Crony with the big fan and belt on? Yeah, exactly. So that's one of the few places where those sorts of physics interactions is intentional. And that specifically is done to just kind of make the Pogo Crony a bit more threatening. Oh, thank you, Dupluckies, for the subscribe. Thank you so much for your support. Whoever did this, they'll be lucky if I don't corner them with a pair of gardening shears. Okay, I'll get to the bottom of this. I can't read the word interloper without thinking of No Man's Sky. Like, fellow No Man's Sky players will know what I'm talking about with the Viking. Well... Okay. So for the final level in World of Nature, Wrath of Nature. So the concept that I had behind this level was that Crony is, like, teaming up with all of the characters that she's met throughout World of Nature, and they're just kind of working together. And the common thing that each of these characters have is that they were all, like, insistent on working alone. But now at the end, they've kind of learned when teamwork helps. Like, Flare wanted to, like figure out the situation in Skytops by herself, and Gura, wanted to stay isolated while she fixed Atlantis. So that was kind of my thinking here. And then, of course, like, Fauna is helping as well. But it's just, like, it just kind of, like, wraps up the themes of this particular world pretty nicely, that they're all just kind of, like, collaborating. They must work together to take down this threat against nature. The final level of World of Nature is as good as the final level as the first act in the space final level. Yeah, I could kind of see that, especially in terms of atmosphere. because World of Space's final level, like the Ganmo fight, it has more whimsy to it. Whereas Wrath of Nature is just like super tense and intimidating. To be honest, I feel like Wrath of Nature is my least favorite boss fight, just because I feel like I really struggled to give it like a sense of focus. Like it feels like a very chaotic fight, and it probably doesn't help that if you have any understanding of how to use the time powers, the fight will be over with very quickly. So it's kind of a check in that regard to make sure that you know how to use the time powers. I still have seen streamers like struggle with this boss if they forget how to use the time powers, so it still has its use. It was just a really difficult fight for me to balance. So I think the reason it's my least favorite is because like I feel like I had a really hard time fulfilling my personal goals for the fight. Also, once again, thank you, Bob, Bob the guy, for helping me remix the tune for this fight. It sounds really good. Yeah, we couldn't quite get the remix of the song done in time for release, so the original, like, release build of the game has my draft in it still. Yeah, if you use haste here, you can just, like, shred this boss. As long as you're careful about the spikes. Let's go! But yeah, I think it's a pretty cool moment, at least, that you've got, like, Gura helping you stay out of the spikes, and Flare, like, summons the wind for you to reach the boss. And then Fauna's at the bottom helping you tank damage with her Blossom Barrier. You kind of like it being chaotic, too? Though you did have a hard time with it the first time, so... Okay. So, I think in that regard, it still does what it needs to, in terms of acting as a check on whether the player is, familiar with Chrono's time powers. When you're in the water, it's all hell. Yeah. Good job, team. I like this moment with Pekora, too. Pekora. It's me, Pekora! As you can probably guess, that was swiped from one of her streams, the clip. Because it's so crunchy. But if any of the Hololive members who, like, watch this game or play this game, if you didn't contribute vocals, but you would like to, I am more than willing to write up a script. Because I've noticed that's happened a few times, like with Idol Showdown, for example, which is a Hololive fighting game. I noticed that some of the talents, actually, offered to record lines specifically for the game. Yeah, I did my best to approach as many talents as I could, but, due to a combination of the work on my plate, plus me being, really shy about approaching the JP talents, I wish I could have approached more, for voice acting. But I did my best. You considered yourself chucked? Yeah. I imagine that would be a very good feeling, like if you're struggling against Wrath of Nature the first few times, but then you realize that your time powers are actually very effective. Yeah, I bet that's a pretty good feeling. Who did Pekora's voice? Pekora. Like, for a lot of the talents in the game that we weren't able to approach, we recorded voice clips from their streams and then did our best to do, noise compression on them. Yeah, I remember Tokino Sora, like when she was playing Idol Showdown, she noticed how, relatively silent her character was. So, right on the spot, she muted all of her audio except for her microphone, and then she, made some effort lines. That was really cool to hear. I believe Botan did the same thing, too, for her character in the game. Ba, 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 ba. So I'm completely open to anything. If there's something specific that other talents want to see in the game as well, then I'm open to that too. Even then, if for example, there is a moment in Crony's stream, like during when she's doing the power washing minigame, she pointed out that the electrical outlets that are part of the scenery would not be safe to have when you're power washing. So I just felt like changing that based on her feedback. So now the outlets are plugged and safe. So it doesn't specifically have to be a request, but sometimes I just feel like making tweaks like that. Both Sammy and Paige are barking. They're like, congratulations on being World of Nature. Just approach Herb and she can do voices for all. Oh, Elizabeth Rose Bloodflame. She is incredible. Oh my gosh. The voice acting chops, the singing chops. Hololive is full of so many talented like voice actresses. My goodness. And like Crony too, like her vocal range is like absolutely incredible. Like especially if you've listened to some of the voice packs that they've promoted, because Hololive has these like voice packs that they release every now and then, which they're things that you can buy on the website, and they're basically like the talents basically record their voices and they're doing like a role playing session, and they're like basically playing characters in a story, and it's always cool to see what cool ideas they come up with, and like the fact that they get to like flex their voice acting chops. Yeah, Genki, the recent cowboy voice pack, that was really cool. Oh my goodness. I usually only like watch the previews, but from what I've heard, it's like it sounds like they have like a lot of fun role playing those different characters. All right, so I think I'm gonna wrap things up here. I'm gonna hop over to the Chatty Batty screen and we can wrap things up. But yes, thank you all so much for joining me today. It was really fun, like, yapping about this miracle game that we made. Oh my goodness. I am so proud of our team, and I'm so happy for everybody's support. And to see, like, everybody, like, just gushing about what we made. It's been, like, an absolutely incredible 2 years, and I can't wait to talk more about it tomorrow. We're gonna do our best to play through the rest of the game. But at the very least, I want to get through Chaos and Civ. But yeah, hold on a second. Bats. Nice. Also, a very big thank you to everybody who has been watching for welcoming me to YouTube, because this is my first YouTube stream. Let me make sure I save and exit. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I've been streaming on Twitch for 3 years so far, but it took me a little bit while to get used to how to set things up for a YouTube stream, because again, you have to make your own video first. Make sure that you have a thumbnail for it ahead of time. But it's pretty interesting. Yeah, I see myself streaming on YouTube every now and then so that like I could see it mainly for like the kinds of games that I'm especially interested in, or like whenever I talk game design. But I'll still stream on Twitch for like more informal stuff, like when I'm just like drawing pixel art, for example, or when I'm hanging out with like my team members and my friends. Because I feel like a lot more of my friends are streaming on Twitch right now. But in either case, what I'll probably do is I'll stick to streaming on one platform at a time. I know it's possible to stream to multiple platforms simultaneously on both Twitch and YouTube, but I'm a little bit antsy about like the TOS in that regard, and I also don't feel like splitting my viewership. Like, I feel like if I stream on YouTube, I want my YouTube viewers to feel like they're being like they're being focused on and appreciated. So like not to say that isn't the case for people who like broadcast simultaneously, but it can be a little tricky to like divide your attention in that regard. At least for somebody like me. So I think it'll be a nice change of pace. So once again, thank you for the warm welcome. If the black and white bug from the beta. Oh, the reason for that is because we were starting to preload more objects besides particle effects. And one of the objects is the time freeze zone that appears in Symphonic Gallery. So for some reason that was not disappearing. But that should be fixed now, and we're still working on a few other issues that have cropped up in the beta branch. Cause a lot of stuff in it has been like recoded. So I think it's going to take a while longer before we can iron out those issues. But once we do, we'll have the next version up, and it'll have quite a few fixes and quality of life changes. Blue filter. I mean, if you really want blue filter as an Easter egg, maybe if we have nothing else to do at some point, we could add as a cheat code. I don't know. But at the very least, I'm pretty happy with the retro filter that we have. That's pretty nice. Crony vision. Yeah, everything blue. The scan line's the wrong way. Yeah, we're still fiddling with the specific settings. But hopefully what's there now is like tame enough that it won't cause an eyesore, while still having that kind of like retro CRT feel. Yeah. I don't know how to rate into people on YouTube. I'll have to look up how to do it, but for now, once we're done for the day, I'll just call it. You mean... I see what you did there, Headstrive. Yeah, I have seen some games actually employ like a color blindness like simulator where you can specifically like mute some of the colors. I imagine that's very helpful for like testing certain things. Something else that I am a fan of is when like for testing purposes is when it's possible to like mirror the screen. So you play the levels in reverse. Like it just flips it horizontally, but then it also flips the controls horizontally, so you're still going left when you press left. So the reason I like that is because it's kind of similar to how they recommend you flip the canvas when you're drawing. By flipping the level horizontally, it removes some of your muscle memory, which can really help when you're testing out a concept to see if a part of level that you're working on is easy to navigate. But you want to be careful with it, just because pretty quickly you'll memorize the mirrored layout as well. But it does give you like another chance to have like a first impression of a level's layout, just in case like you're strapped for testers. Yeah, speaking of testers, that's another thing that I learned how to do because of Chrono Gear. Chrono Gear taught me the value of like staggering the introduction of new testers. Don't bring all of your testers in at the start, because if you do that, they will be experts by the time the game is finished, and they won't provide a very good indicator of how new players will react to certain things. Like, first impressions for your game are very precious, because you only get one of them per person. So what I highly recommend doing is that whenever there's a major update to your game, like if you finish like a world in a game that has multiple worlds, or like once your game is content complete, or once you make a significant like system change or a significant change to gameplay, that would be a good idea to bring in just like a couple testers, like 2 or 3 at a time. And that way you'll always have a steady stream of first impressions throughout the entire process of making your game. That's something that like was very much came in handy for us. So, and it was difficult to resist the urge to like bring in a lot of testers at once, but like I remember like just like repeatedly saying to myself, just like 1 at a time, 2 at a time. That's enough. Yeah. Oh, I see. Thank you so much for making it. Oh, thank you, Crayon. It's looking to be your game of the year. When Coefficient said that, because we were watching Coefficient stream of the game, like, considering that, like, Silksong came out this year, and Expedition 33, and all those other games that are super awesome, Hades 2 recently, the fact that Coefficient said that Chrono Gear is his game of the year is something that I will treasure for a very long time. I'm super glad that he enjoyed it as much as he did. And it was really cool to see him kind of, like, speculate while he was playing the game, speculate how the story would go, and, like, the lore of everything. Oh, it was so awesome. That's the other thing too. Like I've been loving the fan art that people have been drawing of our specific version of like Crony and Iris and Lapis and everything. I feel honored. Thank you all so much. Yeah, that is crazy, Edge. My goodness. You spent 9 hours straight playing the game. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. And you played Silksong for like 40 hours and had a bad time most of them. That's the thing too, like again, like Silksong and Chrono Gear have different goals in mind. So I for one am really glad that Chrono Gear came out like at roughly the same time, just so that like it kind of filled that niche. Just in case like somebody played Silksong and decided it wasn't their thing, I would recommend trying Chrono Gear. And conversely, if Chrono Gear ended up not being your thing, I would recommend trying Silksong. As long as you're like generally interested in 2D platformers. It kind of reminds me, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of when Doom Eternal and Animal Crossing came out like on the same day. And then the whole gaming community just kind of embraced the contrast between them and how they both like cater to different like crowds. That's kind of what it reminds me of. Or like Barbenheimer, like in the movies, where Oppenheimer and Barbie like released on the same day or the same box office weekend. Yeah, just celebrating variety, you know? Oh, thank you so much, Nat. Doom Crossing, yeah, that was my favorite. And then, like, eventually both Doom Guy and Isabelle got Nendoroid figures. And then, like, Doom Guy ended up being a skin in Smash Bros. Ultimate. So they did end up getting to play together. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, it's been really fun. Again, like, thank you so much for watching. It's been a really good first stream. And I definitely do want to continue playing the game tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow at the same time, 1 p.m. Eastern. And then I will once again provide what commentary I can. I'm still thinking about where I want to conduct the writers Q&A, but I'll talk to them tonight and see what they're feeling. But yeah, oh Genki, thank you. Thank you so much. But in the meantime, if you haven't watched it yet and you enjoyed Chrono Gear, I do highly recommend watching Crony's playthrough of the game. It's very entertaining. And yeah. Also, on the Hololive side of things, there also is going to be a Promise collab during the weekend, which I'm pretty excited about. I wonder what they got cooking. But yeah, I must dip out. I am a hungry battle. But for now, please take care of yourselves. And without further ado, I bid you all adieu. Thank you all so much for hanging out. And I'll see you again tomorrow. Bats are up. Bye. Bats.